So, this time I kind of want to start right off with the interesting stuff, which is last session at the very end, you guys all leveled up. So, might as well start off this session by going over what you all gained. I have not actually looked at any of your sheets, really, so I'm not sure myself. But we can start with, I guess we can just go in order with what I see the images here. Sarah, what cool stuff did Gideon get for level 9?
I don't know what Gideon
I'm
got.
sorry, Kieran. I was in the process of highlighting Gideon's token, so I was looking at Gideon, and I was like, oh, there he is.
We're making it interesting. Yeah, Sarah built Gideon for level 9.
Yeah. So this is a fun twist on the character leveling where we each leveled each other's characters.
Yeah. I leveled up Hursk, and then Justin leveled up Jessup.
I could play a campaign where you cycle who levels
I like
who.
that. I like that a lot.
That would be really
fun.
Especially if you had people make it responsive to the story, because then you get rid of that metagamer kind of building towards something. It's just oh yeah, no, I saw your character doing a lot of this, so here you go, and that could be kind of fun.
I like it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I took a 4th level in Dragon Disciple.
Woot woot.
So this level, and for anyone who checks out our social media, you would have already seen some of the stuff that I did because I posted Kieran's character sheet last night. But he gets another boost to strength. So his strength score is currently 20. I just drew a blank on what he gets. He did get 4th level spells. I'm keeping those a secret for now. I also did get to swap out a lower level spell, so I did get rid of Dark Vision because I have Dark Vision Communal now, but I'm not saying yet what spell I replaced it with. And then at level 9, we get a feat, and I took Spell Penetration.
Ooh, nice.
So if I run into anybody with spell resistance, that will give me a nice little boost to overcome said spell resistance.
How many
if I can remember it.
Yeah, how many bets that you still roll on that ones?
Oh, probably.
You've certainly encountered spell resistance a fair few times.
More than once, for sure.
This is up to you, but would you be comfortable telling everyone what your current hit points are now?
Oh boy, it's juicy. My hit point max is 92.
Holy jump, Batman!
Which is insanity. Yeah.
What do you get? What class feature or something do you get that pumps it up so much?
A D12 hit dice. Yeah.
I love how you have all this massive strength and HP, and you're just flying around out of everybody's way.
Okay, you have more.
She rolled a. I believe I record all of the HP rolls just in case. So she's taken 4 levels of Dragon Disciple, and her rolls have been 5, 10, 11, and 10.
Holy cow! You have more HP than Gideon.
Yep.
By a lot.
But but not a small amount, by 20 HP or more.
Yeah, I mean, I also have toughness, so that boosts it as well.
That'll get you another 9.
Yeah, I wouldn't normally have taken toughness, but it's a Draconic Sorcerer bonus feat, and there's a small list of feats to choose from, so I took that one since I knew he was going to be more of a martial character. And I was telling Jason, it's kind of funny because Dragon Disciple, they boost up the HP and such, but sorcerers still don't have great AC because they can't wear armor. But he did point out that I do have access to mirror image, blur, eventually maybe displacement, so
field mage armor.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's still probably better than somebody that's wearing full armor.
Oh yeah, it works.
So, we'll
works out for sure. That's really cool, man. I guess it's funny because I would say that Kieran, when we first met him, was martially oriented, but definitely was still growing into that role still. So I'm excited to see. Normally you see the typical progression of you start martial and then slow down, or ranger, for example. Aiden was getting better at spell casting as he leveled up. Instead, the shift seems to be going the other way with this character's progression, which is kind of fun.
Yeah. I'll say that I am very much a staunch person who likes to level retroactively. So the things that I take based on how I've played the game so far and the challenges that my character has faced. So like my second level spell plays very much into that. And I will say I did get an extra cantrip, and I took open close.
Hey!
So now I can open things and I can close them.
I think you meant reactively, not retroactively. Very different.
Whatever. Yeah. I level based on the past.
Yeah, that makes sense. I like that kind of mentality.
Yeah. Cool. Fun to see how that all plays out. Next up, Hursk, what all did you and Titan get this level? Anything cool?
Yeah, so I actually had not done these, and me and Jason talked about them earlier. Technically, I get teamwork feats from my beetle, and I hadn't actually put anything in any of those, so we picked out a few of those, like coordinated shot.
Nice.
So whenever he's threatening an enemy that I shoot at, I'll be able to get a +1 bonus on it. Distracting charge, I'll get a +2 if he charges and is able to hit an enemy. And then friendly fire maneuvers, so no more soft cover to enemies for my beetle. As far as my feet for 9th level, just deep sight, so 120 feet of darkness vision. And then that was about it. He didn't really get much else as far as class is concerned. He gets one extra spell, and I'm not going to hide it. We talked about it. Longstrider, Greater is what I took. To try and help with some of his movement issues. He's got stubby little legs, just like Orin did, and he doesn't have those boots that Orin had, so he remains stubby little legs.
Yeah. And did Titan get anything?
No.
Are you
Like that's
sure
Jason
about that?
saying Titan got something.
Did he?
I'm looking at the ninth level for Animal Companion, and there's ability score increase, multi-attack.
Oh, nope. What? What?
Is this when you get called on in class and you're like,
knew he was going to make it a surprise.
Oh my gosh! No! Oh gosh! I see that now. Oh my! He gets quite a bit of stuff. So he gets an ability score increase, which I haven't picked what is going to go into quite yet. Thinking probably Dex, maybe. I don't know. Dex or Con. Probably Dex. And then he did get some. Oh, his hit dice went up too. Interesting.
Yeah, that's how his HP went to.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
He gets a natural armor bonus, so he's going to be more tanky. And he gets another strength and dex bonus. So actually, he gets a lot. He gets a lot better.
Well, and the big thing here is multi-attack. An animal companion gains multi-attack as a bonus feat if it has 3 or more natural attacks. If it does not have the requisite 3 or more natural attacks, it gains a second attack with its primary natural attack at a -5 penalty. So it basically gets an iterative with his bite.
Nice.
ooh,
Okay.
he gonna be chomping.
Yeah, so he does get quite a bit then. I can tell that I didn't look at the animal companions level up stuff.
That was a trick
Trying to
question.
finish Hursk.
Well,
Yeah,
he's gonna be very important to things that are coming up,
Oh,
These verbal duels are going to hinge
Yeah.
on Titan.
Yeah,
on Titan.
Titan's very critical to the verbal duel.
Well, that's why I took anthropomorphic. Nope.
Guess we'll never know.
Perfect.
Yep. Thank you.
Yep.
Animals, so that basically Titan can get involved in the verbal duel. You weren't expecting that, Jason, but it's happening. He's in on it.
This Christmas hires than Hursk.
The beetle with no skills.
With 0 skills,
He's just
getting in on it.
Clittering in the back.
Yeah, his mandibles are like. It's more.
You have to allow for an intimidate check though. Like, tell me a human would not be intimidated by a bipedal giant beetle that has arms, that has humanoid arms. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Bipedal beetle.
Bipedal beetle. That's fun
Bipedal
to say.
beetle.
Bipedal beetle.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go work on Titan now. I'll be back shortly.
Yeah, while he's doing that, moving on to Gideon. What cool non-broken stuff did you get?
That's a jab because I was going to take fortified armor training before, obviously, like a good player. I checked in with my DM and I was like, wait a minute. is this actually broken? And we determined, yes, very much so, for a lot of reasons. Being able, long story short, that feat lets you negate a crit by giving a shield or armor the broken condition, which could then thereafter be very easily fixed with mending or make whole, to which means at minimum once or twice per combat, if not more, should you have extra bucklers lying around, you could just not ever have to take crit damage. So we said, let's not. And we agreed that that was the right solution. Instead, I chose Armor Focus, which still has, I think, an equal amount of flavor for Gideon's character. And instead will increase his AC by 1, which I think is really good. I picked up a 4th level spell. My spell Knowns increases by 1, uses per day increases by 1. And I pick kind of a staple, Deadly Juggernaut, which I think is fun.
Necromancy Death.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Right. Well,
scary.
I have a tendency to appreciate spells that have that are really limited. So if it's a ranger only spell, I consider it a little bit stronger if I'm playing a ranger or cleric only. This one isn't so limited, but it does have a small list with the paladin, anti-paladin, cleric, and inquisitor. And since Omdura pulls from both the inquisitor and the cleric, I thought it was a good pick that you couldn't take with just any old character. So I like that. And then as far as he took a 2nd level in exalted, so BAB and all that stuff just went up by 1, and he got vitality, which increases his fortitude saves. So kind of, to be honest, a little bit of a boring level for me. The next one's going to be a lot bigger, and the one after that, and the one after that. But until then, it takes a little while for, Sarah had this when she had the Dragon Disciple. It takes a little while once you begin multi-classing or prestige classing for it to kick online, and Gideon was late into his prestige class, so we're still getting through some of those tax levels.
Yeah, but still, that Deadly Juggernaut, that's a pretty neat looking spell. I just read through it, so
yeah, it's pretty.
We'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, pretty good.
Okay, and finally we have Jessup. What nifty things does Zebard get?
So I got a new performance. So now I have Inspire Greatness. So that's cool. For a feat, I took Omnipresent Mentor, which kind of goes off of the Inspiring Mentor. So that one, basically I can spend 4 rounds of my Bardic Performance to give somebody my Inspire Competence +3 bonus to a skill I have a rank in for 24 hours, basically until I rest. And there's no range limit, which is cool. So unlike the other ones where it's within a 30-foot range, this one has a lot more flexibility at the cost of some Bardic Performances. And then I just got an extra level 3 spell, some spell slots, and then I took favorite class bonus for another level 2 spell. So I did whisper the GM those spells, but I shall keep them secret too, because I want to be cool.
Am I not cool for letting you know what Gideon's gonna do?
Nobody asked you.
Nope. Super lame.
Well, all of that is very exciting. I feel like this is a fairly substantial buff in power for most of you, if not all of you. So I'm curious to see how that will play out. Unfortunately, these next encounters probably won't have too much combat involved, unless things go very poorly.
I did forget one cool thing. I put another skill rank in linguistics, and so deciding what I should take, I have been over the past few days been learning from my mentor, Nibbits. So I now speak gnome.
Oh, interesting.
Just throw that out there, just because.
Yeah. Okay.
I still think I have another character in our Rise of the Runelord game that I let him learn languages whenever I feel like it. But
I give Jessup one every level.
Yeah.
But every level I took a language. I felt like it was part of the game. I told Sarah so. The first level, since he joined the party, I had him learn Draconic. So I had Kieran teach Jessup Draconic as being in the party. Then because we encountered the trolls and a bunch of other ones, I had him learn Giant. And then now because we have a gnome that we've been with, I've had him learn Gnomish. So
You can
trying
try to
to
justify that as much as
justify
you like.
it.
But as somebody
Oh, no,
who
he just
struggled
pulls it
to
out of-
learn a language, even 6 months in an intensive course learning Spanish, I'm still gonna need a little bit more time before I'd consider myself fluent.
They have when you take the the real life Rosetta Stone with magic, you can learn a language in like 1 day.
I look forward to that.
Yeah, I think the justification is that since bards have such high charisma, they just go into this new language with such unwavering confidence that everybody just believes that they speak it perfectly. That must be how it is.
Jessup hopefully rolls so high diplomacy that he makes others think that they don't know how to speak their own language right.
It's like, oh, that's an interesting accent. I didn't understand a word you said, but it must have been okay.
That's random, but it reminds me of that comic. I think, did you guys send it where it's like, I wonder if D&D characters are actually like real bilingual people. Just forget the words for mundane objects because they speak 2 or 3 languages, and then say something terrible in Draconic and accidentally do a command word for a spell. I'm like, that's probably would happen. But
Yeah, good reason to fear adventurers. Okay, well, now that we've all familiarized each other with the cool stuff you have, we can now jump back into the story here. And we left off with you guys pretty much spending the night at Ridgeline. And then in the morning, you were going to decide the next course of action in regards to the hobgoblin prisoner over there in the gibbet. And Josh, you had wanted to do another commune
yes,
that night. And you sent me a bunch of questions. So you can go through and just read them off one by one, and I'll just give you quick answers if you so like.
Yeah, we can do it that way. He opens his prayers to those who will the best for me. Shaylin, he asks his first 2 questions. Can you see Marzan's inner beauty?
No.
Can Marzan be redeemed?
Unclear.
To Iomide, should Marzan be killed?
Unclear.
Should Marzan be let free?
No.
To Milani, should Marzan be killed?
No.
Should Marzan be let free?
Unclear.
Should Marzan be taken as a prisoner to Longshadow?
Yes.
Should we go straight to Longshadow first?
Yes.
Okay, that's it. See my heart, guide my hands, and direct my steps towards righteousness, 1 step at a time. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so you commune with the various gods for guidance on your predicament, and then you all rest and recover your hit points. I don't know if you already did that or not, but the night goes by without much issue. This is a fairly defensible position anyways. And so the morning comes the next day. You now have, starting today, 11 days left before the attack on Longshadow. What do you do?
It's the morning.
Yes.
I heal myself from a night of rest.
I mean, if you had any rounds of stuff or spell slots left, you guys could have easily healed up. You have like 3 healers in the party, so as long as anybody had any spells, I'm sure you are all fine.
72 out of 72.
Oh, so we could be full HP.
Assuming you guys weren't all empty on spell slots.
I was very close.
I was.
I believe I had 1 level 2 slot left, and that was it. To which I had to expend for a level 1 spell. Or level 2, I guess I could have done the cure mod of it.
At some point, Kieran wants to catch Gideon alone, away from the rest of the group.
Okay.
Gonna rough him up.
Okay.
That
During
morning,
the night, you can
fisticuffs.
night you can slowly drag his bedroll away from the others and wake him up.
you
Feed him
can
with
do
a
that,
bag
or
full of
in the morning, you could probably catch Gideon while he's, as always, he begins with his deific obedience, where he prepares herbal tea with rose petals. So you could catch him at any point between then. He'll be looking to engage in conversation in the morning.
He actually is like, hey, I'm gonna go for a 6-mile run. Do you wanna, come run with me? I'm just kidding. He doesn't say that.
Yeah, he would though. Nothing like
So Kieran does. He wakes up early, and he goes through his morning workout, completely shirtless, of course.
Yeah.
And
Washboard
after
abs.
washboard abs. I mean, now he's got a 20 strength, so he's jacked biceps, like.
He's been pushing for gains. He's stronger than Gideon.
He's a good-looking dude. Okay, I'm not gonna lie.
What does strength have to do with his appearance?
Yeah, go ahead.
He's got an
He does
18
have a high
charisma.
charisma.
He is a good-looking dude. Okay.
Let's see this picture. Can we
So
blow
does
it up
Jessup.
for
I
us?
think Jessup's beyond his
Jason,
prime,
can
though.
we blow up this supposed good-looking guy?
When Kieran walks over, it's like slow motion, and he just like whips his head and his hair just flies.
Like any Final Fantasy
Oh
character.
man,
Yeah,
I've
never played Final Fantasy. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
other
he is
people.
definitely a Final Fantasy character.
This is kind of
Oh, yeah.
ridiculous though too when you consider the soap opera-ness of Gideon's appearance. I'll go ahead and get that for everyone else here.
Gideon turns, and then Kieran's all sweaty from his workout, and then your armor shines light and he glistens. Gideon dazzles
It's just
himself
a
off of
dazzle
Kieran's sweat.
of light as his washboard abs twinkle in the sparklight as Gideon's armor glints in the morning dew.
Okay. Anyway, now that I've completely ruined the mood, so Kieran would try to pull Gideon aside, and he, I don't know if Gideon's sitting or standing or what he's doing, but he'll be silent for a few seconds, and he's looking at the ground when he says, "My father was known for having a very short temper. He would often act irrationally and with great anger. I will not be my father. I regret none of the words that I said to you yesterday, but I do apologize for how I said them."
Gideon takes a deep breath. I too acted irrationally, a lapse of judgment. He looks you dead in the eyes. Your words, I believe, carried weight. I reflected on these things for the night. Do not concern yourself with the tone in which you convey them. Your wrath, anger, or what have you, will not sway how I interpret your words. So, if you do slip in your father's ways, rest assured that I know your heart.
I appreciate that, and I will do better.
I appreciate that, and I will do better. And he hands you tea.
He'll nod and walk away in slow motion.
Like Kieran's just walking away in slow motion.
In slow motion. Everything else is going normal speed. Kieran is going in. Yeah.
As one beautiful man to another, I understand. It's very like Gilgamesh and Enkidu almost. Just kind of like, yo, you've got those manly muscles. You've got manly muscles too. Yes, mutual respect. Or FMA, they had that too. Fullmetal Alchemist, the two guys. When they
Yeah.
And then Kieran will take his tea and he'll go down and sit. I don't know if we have a campfire or anything that we've started for the morning to prepare breakfast, but he will sit down, legs crossed, and he'll have his glaive across his lap, and he'll have the cup of tea set beside him that he'll sip periodically, and then he will take his whetstone and just spend the morning sharpening the edge of his glaive.
You'll get a plus
Okay.
1 on your first attack if it's not a plus 1 enhanced weapon already.
It is.
The more you know.
I also did that with Diary and always forgot.
Okay. Anybody else doing anything special in that morning preparation?
Gideon will just tell Marzan what he's gonna do, which is you're going to Longshadow. And that's
Okay.
he'll listen to Milani.
Yeah, you go up to Marzan and you maybe say, he's like, oh, I've decided we won't kill you. We're going to get you out of here. And he's like, oh, that's a good one. I really like that. He's like, you're going to Longshadow. He's like, oh.
Man.
This is worse.
And I'll tell
But
him.
I mean, we've decided, Hursk has manacles for some reason, so
I've got manacles. Let's do this. I don't know why.
I am anti-slavery, but I carry around some manacles of the masterwork variety, nonetheless.
It's just so he can chain up and his bipedal beetle.
Bye.
Yeah, fighting much like a lycanthrope, gets out of control.
Oh no!
That's a full moon.
Oh, no.
He handcuffs him to a tree.
For some reason, Hursk has manacles. No one knows why.
I don't like slavery, but desperate times.
Okay, don't judge me. But he also has 10 feet of chain, a good lock, and some masterwork manacles.
I can't.
Oh, you're going all in on
Okay,
this.
listen.
I don't know why. I don't remember why.
I don't want to lose our clean tag, but there's an obvious joke here. Clearly, Hursk is
Hursk is into some stuff.
He's into
He's
some-
into stuff.
he's into. We all know what that's for.
I don't get what you mean.
Use your imagination.
Why did I buy those? I don't remember.
You know why? Don't act innocent.
Apparently, you started Hursk with a different mindset than what he's turned out to have.
Yeah, clearly.
Okay, so yeah, you convey your decision to Marzan, and can whip out all the slavery gear and wrap him up.
Wow, that's pointed. Prisoners are not the same as slaves.
Yeah, I think the escape artist check for masterwork manacles is something like 25, and Pathfinder.
We can hog tie him and carry him if we have to.
Also
And
have
his
a good
escape
lock.
artist bonus is not that.
Nice.
So +2. So that's not happening. So you can be reasonably assured that he is not easily going to get out of those restraints.
And you said we have 10 foot of chain?
I'm just, yeah, I mean, you can use these. I don't even remember where I think I found them. Anyway, you can use them, but I'm gonna need those back at some point. Just throwing that out there. I don't mind us using them, but I'm gonna need those.
I promise, Hursk, I will return everything that I borrow.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
You have my word.
Oh, good.
He will use them, and obviously, this really doesn't sit well with Gideon. But he will, attach the manacles and carry Marzan by the chain. It's just, I hate it. Hate it.
I mean, he doesn't have to walk. Just tie him to Titan's back. With
Is
the
it
chain.
obvious that Gideon doesn't like this idea?
It's obvious that he's uncomfortable with the idea of chaining someone, yeah.
So jokingly, Jessup will just kind of get up and look once you start dragging him, and he's just like, Gideon, we don't do that here.
What do you mean?
Slavery. Gideon.
I understand your tone, Jessup. And as he's finishing tying up, doing this action.
Did you roll a sense motive?
But I am doing what I feel is right, as much as it pains me to put another man in chain. Alright, fine.
I don't think you can beat it.
I don't think you can beat that. You think Jessup's 100% serious?
It's a 35 bluff.
So then Gideon releases him and he runs off, and it's like,
All right.
no!
I believe that even on a nat 20, a 28 will not help. So
Hursk goes,
I think-
my manacles!
I think as soon as like Gideon leads on to believe like he's thinking Jessup serious steps will be like, I'm just kidding.
Oh. Well.
Just trying to lighten the mood from yesterday. Today is a new day, and we gotta get to Longshadow.
A new day.
Like yesterday.
Yes. Yeah. Well, as it is obvious, Jessup, it does pain me to put another in chains, but I believe I am doing what is right. So.
Well, just think. You could have left him for dead or executed him, so you're kind of doing him a favor. It may not be the best favor, but there are worse alternatives.
We will see what the folks in Longshadow have to say.
Okay. So after all of this is around, do you guys begin your trek to Longshadow right away then?
Yeah.
Okay. How are you divvying up the hundreds of pounds of gold in that chest?
We're having the survivors carry him for us.
Okay, you're putting it on the backs of the survivors? Yeah.
Well, or however if their lift overhead's good, I suppose that would work as well.
What was
We are
the
awesome.
so how much
Fine.
totals? What was the total weight of all the things worth carrying that we found? Basically?
So there was 15,000 gold, which, if you're assuming it's just gold pieces and not a smattering of copper and silver, it would still be 300 pounds.
Okay.
Plus all of the jewelry, the chest itself, etc. So you're looking at probably 500 pounds of stuff. I don't know what Titans... I know Titan can carry a lot, but I don't know if he can carry that much without reducing his speed significantly.
He can carry.
What's his load?
His light load is up to 400 pounds.
Okay.
Kieran
His-
can carry 93.6 pounds and still be at a light load.
So if you put the majority of it on Titan's back and kind of strap it to him and then divvy up the rest, you could probably manage.
Yeah, and we have some room in the haversack too, so...
Yeah, Jessup could rearrange stuff. His because I think you have to go beyond medium load to affect your speed, don't you?
Yes, once you hit medium and then heavy, both of those will adversely,
Yes.
I believe, affect your speed.
So-
Marzan's carry capacity.
Yeah, medium load for Jessup's 266, and I'm at 111, so I mean I could theoretically carry about another 150 and be fine.
Did we?
Marzan has a
Did we?
16 strength.
But like minus how much for being in manacles?
Manacles.
We'll just tie it to his belt.
Did we successfully identify all of the items?
I
We
believe we did.
believe so, yes.
Yes,
So I
we
have
did.
marked on my sheet 3 rings, 3 cloaks, and uncut gems. You have those written down somewhere, and I can remove them.
Yes, I have them. I have 3 cloaks of elven kind.
Yep.
2 rings of protection, and
Because
uncut
Jessup took
gems.
one,
Correct.
and then the gems.
Yep.
Oh, can I
So
have
I've
a
got
ring of
those on the
protection?
party inventory. Huh?
Can
I
have
don't
a
know,
ring of
do you?
protection? Can I? I said.
I mean, you have 2 of them.
Yeah.
If you want one.
You already
You
wear a
want a
platinum ring. You're only allowed
Deflection
one
bonus.
Yeah, we can sell it later.
Skyrim
because
rules.
He'll have
That's
stuff
one thing.
that will overlap with that, but if he doesn't have something cast, that's just a nice buff.
Ew. Who would want a used ring? Gross.
Yeah, who'd want to use manacles?
Yeah. Yeah, you can reduce that in the party
Hey.
inventory, and then you can take it and put it on your
Yep.
character.
I've got it.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
See y'all.
So, we have already determined that Longshadow is 32 miles away from you, give or take. And one day overland at your speed, your average party speed, is 16 miles. So it would take you 2 days to get there. Now, I've done a little bit of research, and by a little bit of research, I mean I posted something on Reddit about 3 hours ago, and I have basically come to the following determination. The rules for hustling are that you can hustle for 1 hour, and hustling doubles your speed, your movement speed. So you can hustle for 1 hour without any adverse effects. If you hustle for a second hour between rests, you take 1 point of non-lethal damage, and anybody who takes non-lethal damage becomes fatigued. Every hour thereafter, you take non-lethal damage that is twice the previous hour. So a third hour of hustling would be an additional 2 non-lethal damage, and then you would be exhausted because anytime a fatigued character takes an action that would make them fatigued, they instead become exhausted, so on and so forth. However, in the hustling rules, it also says eliminating the non-lethal damage also eliminates the fatigue. This was the point of the Reddit post. I was curious, if you had a cleric with channel or somebody with just a lot of cure light wounds, could you just every hour heal up everybody of the non-lethal damage, get rid of the fatigue, and then just keep hustling? And the general consensus was probably.
Yeah. I would say probably would have been my tentative answer. Like, yeah, sounds like you could, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple moments where people brought up things that seemed kind of weird, like if you have fast healing, that just means you can just essentially never be fatigued from hustling. But in that line basically says that if you heal the non-lethal damage, you also heal the fatigue. So one option that you guys do have is that you could try to hustle to Longshadow. You would have to hustle 8 hours to get there in one day, or you could hustle as many hours as you could reasonably get to, and then the next morning also hustle that many hours and get there early morning tomorrow rather than late evening tomorrow. So I wanted to bring that up, just so you're aware. Non-lethal damage normally heals at a rate of 1 per hour. So if you took an 8-hour rest at the end of the day, you'd already be regaining 8 of that non-lethal damage. And the way that the math works out is, the second hour hustle is 1 damage, third hour is 2 damage, fourth hour is 4 damage, 8, 16. You don't start taking like 32 non-lethal damage until the 7th hour. And even with all of the people that you have with you, if you can continue to heal them up, they aren't going to just die from non-lethal damage until the 7th hour. They can take 16 non-lethal before they just die. But 32 would technically double their hit points by quite a margin. So I wanted to bring that to your attention, and then you guys can just tell me how you want to proceed towards Longshadow.
But you said if you take any non-lethal damage, you become fatigued. So you still have to heal or expend healing spells every 8 hours.
You would have to, you would have to heal every hour.
That's what I mean.
Because after, so first hour of hustling, you're all good. Second hour, you're now fatigued. You have to heal that 1 point of damage. Easy. Second hour, you now have 2 points of damage. You have to heal it, because you're fatigued again. And then third hour, you have to heal it again because you're fatigued again. If you ever go 2 consecutive hours, you'd become exhausted, and that's much more difficult. So every hour, you'd have to heal the non-lethal damage you gained. But it's just up to how many resources do you want to expend and how fast do you want to get there.
So how many hours does it take to get there? Or, I guess, from a distance
It will take you
perspective?
2 full days if you do not hustle at all. Because a full day of travel without hustling is 16 miles, and it is 32 miles away. So it'll take you 2 full days, and you'll get there late evening on that second day.
We want to cut the time, and we'll fight what we have to when we get to it, I think, is my base inclination.
Yeah, I don't think... Jessup doesn't have any mass healing to be able to help with that, so...
I do. I've got 7 uses of the invocation, which he can give fast healing to for up to 7 minutes. So if every hour he just gives that, that'll help everyone else 7 times. And then Gideon will just have to,
lay on hands himself.
Divine touch himself.
Yeah.
Yes, he has to divinely touch himself 7 times.
So, yeah, it essentially depends on how many resources do you want to expend.
So I guess we can Pathfinder out of context. I think we can leave this up to what you guys think. I'm fine expending the resources. It will take all of my invocations, all of my... Well, I probably would just use 7 uses of the... Well, I would use Divine Touch and some combination with the wands.
Well, Jessup could also slap you with some level 1 healing, too.
Yeah. So if we just do that, I'm fine with it. Do you want to... Are we rolling... if we run into danger, too, I feel like we'll just fight it and then pick up from there and hopefully not run into danger again.
Okay.
Only problem is Marzan. Is he going to significantly slow us down?
There's not a whole lot that he can really do about it.
Okay.
Because you could have the other 6 people just kind of pull him along, and it doesn't matter how strong he is. 6 people is kind of a lot to
Yeah, does he really
try to
want
fight against.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So the plan is to basically hustle until it's not feasible to do so anymore.
I guess.
Yeah, I think so.
Is that the consensus, Kieran and Hursk?
Yeah.
Yep.
Hustle till we can't.
So in that case, first hour goes by just fine. Second hour, Gideon can use his invocation, so mark off 1 minute,
Okay.
and everybody can be fine. And then you'll need either 1 Cure Light Wounds or a Lay on Hands. You
Yeah.
only have 1 point of non-lethal damage, but
Invocation doesn't help me. Does fatigue
Correct.
affect my speed?
no. But if you become exhausted, it very much affects your speed. So
Remember? Because you got exhausted with the berry picking.
Yep. And so I can't like delay an hour before I cast a healing spell because that would suck.
no, if you get yourself exhausted, it becomes significantly more difficult to deal with it.
Okay. I'll save the wand and just use a level 1 Cure Light Wounds.
Okay. The next hour goes by. You can expend another use of invocation to heal the 2 points of non-lethal damage that everyone takes.
And we've got a whole group of people with us. The
Yeah,
rest
you
of-
have Nibbits, you have 6 humans, Marzan, and then yourselves.
Yeah, an invocation I think should be fine because it says allies within 30 feet, so it doesn't specify.
So
anything.
Marzan's an ally for the sake of us traveling to Longshadow.
Or he can just be dragged the whole way.
No, Marzan, yeah, we go to heal him and he tries to roll full saves. So I guess Jessup will then use a Cure Light Wounds on Gideon for hour
Okay.
2.
So the next hour goes by. Everyone now takes 4 points of non-lethal damage. Still not enough for invocation to really be an issue. So another use of that can go by, and you can roll
So,
another
3
heal.
total uses of invocation, and we're up to 4.
You are on the
hours.
4th hour.
Okay.
You have currently traveled 16 miles. So you have already covered what you would have covered in a full days of normal travel, and it's half the day.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're at so that third use heals everybody up, and then you'll have 1 more Cure Light Wounds that you'll have to expend. And then, do you want to keep hustling? The next hour will be 8 points of damage to everyone.
That's the last hour we can hustle, right?
You could
No, we can keep going.
You could hustle a 6th hour. Everybody would take 16 points of damage, which means the humans would go unconscious, but you could just heal them up again. So
Well,
it should be fine.
Yeah, I could cast.
We're against slavery, but this is totally
No,
okay.
in theory, though, an invocation will give them
Kieran,
fast
we don't do
healing.
that here.
Jessup has a whip. I'm
Yeah.
just saying.
A whip. He's behind him. Move fast.
I would assume that the fast healing would heal at a rate of it rejuvenates them like a second wind as they keep running, kind of thing.
The thing is that it would take several rounds to do, and hustling is over an hour, so you have to stop, do the invocation, and then you can hustle for another hour, sort of a thing.
Right.
So it's just that once you stop, some of them would just kind of pass out from exhaustion, and then you would just heal them back up, and they'd be like, "Oh, I'm fine."
Okay. Mental image aside, I think that we can continue doing this. Really,
Okay.
we're just expending resources to keep
Okay.
moving as quick as possible.
So who
Okay.
did you want to heal yourself for hour 3? Gideon, or do
Hour
you want
3,
just
how
do-
much damage did I take?
So you took 1, you healed that. 2, you healed that. Now you have 4.
Okay, so another instance of Cure Light Wounds should
Okay.
do it.
Yep. And then the next hour you'll take 8.
All right, so Jessup will do hour 3. So I did
Okay.
hours 2 and 3 for healing on you.
Okay. So 2 Cure Light Wounds from Jessup, and then 2 Cure Light Wounds from Gideon will do it for now.
Yep.
And then that final hour will be 16 points of non-lethal damage. Still enough for invocation to heal everybody else, but you have 16 points now, which might take 2 Cure Light Wounds or a Cure Mod, depending
And
on
so
what you
I've done how many instances of invocation so far? 4?
This is the 5th.
Okay, we're on the 5th. So we are on the 6th
yeah.
hour.
I think
Yes.
Jessup would, for that other hour, risk a cure mod.
Okay.
Okay. That does it. Exactly.
16 is exactly what you need. And
Nice.
you can be reasonably certain that going any further would be dangerous to the other people around you, because 32 points of non-lethal damage would hit their hit points like double or triple, which technically would kill them.
Right.
The way non-lethal damage works. So for the last 2 hours, I imagine you can just move at a normal speed. So you got 6 times 4 is 24, plus 2 plus 2. So you got 28 miles in that one day.
How many hours of travel was that?
The full 8 hours of the day.
Oh, okay. So that's a pretty fast pace. That's a really fast pace. Because I think I've done.
Well, yeah, you were basically jogging for 6 hours.
Yeah.
I've done that.
Yeah.
Almost.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, it's not. My point is, with the gear is the only thing that makes that a beyond reasonable task. Otherwise, that's what joggers do. It's what runners do. That's what I've hiked longer than that in a day.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, but I also didn't have 150 pounds of gear on me, which is the big difference.
Some of you have way more than 150 pounds.
Right.
But do you have a 20 strength, Josh? Didn't think so.
I didn't say.
19.
I didn't say. None of this. I was saying. It just seems appropriate for adventurers to be able to do something average while also having 500 pounds of gear on them.
And how many dragons have you fought in your average life too?
Oh,
Josh?
Right,
God.
right. Have you fallen off an 80-foot cliff?
I just
Didn't think so.
just trying to add realism to the game. I'm done. I'm over it.
So,
So
as you guys...
He's
For a
got a
while.
bipedal beetle. There's nothing realistic about that.
As you guys make camp for that first night of travel, like I said, you got 28 miles, I think. So you're actually only 4 miles away from Longshadow.
We can't
Let me
continue
just-
at a normal pace to get there.
That would be getting into forced march, and that would be much more difficult for the people with you, given
With the whip.
What would a
But
forced
you do
march-
know that in the next morning, if you hustle for just that 1 hour, you'll get there in that 1 hour.
What
So
time
So
of
you
day?
could get.
Oh, go ahead.
So if you got up at 8 o'clock, and then traveled for an hour, you'd get to Longshadow by like 9 o'clock the next morning.
So Hursk wants to talk to the group before that, though.
Okay.
Like during the camp.
Let me
A little bit.
Let me just roll a d100.
to see if we had a random encounter along the way.
Interesting result. Proceed with your roleplay.
Initiative.
Proceed.
Yeah, go ahead.
Proceed
Get
with
your-
your roleplay.
Get
You
your
have-
encounter scheduled. That's fine.
You have your permission. You have my permission. Okay,
Yeah.
which creature from the stat
So-
block is this going to be?
Yeah,
Looks through the
exactly.
bestiary real quick about what he wants
Right.
to. Let's run this encounter. That looks good.
Can you
Yeah, that's
place
fun.
yourselves on this other conveniently camped map here?
Yeah. Are you guys
Yeah.
done role playing yet? Can we fight monsters now?
You guys all get around to camp, and Hursk, you're preparing to talk to somebody. I need everyone to roll a perception check.
Oh, no.
Yay! Could be nothing, Jason. Jason just be like, nothing happened.
Okay, so we got a 32 for Hursk, a 15 for Kieran, 27 for Gideon, and 17 for Jessup.
I do have to say real quick, I got really excited because because Hursk and my perceptions came up at the same time, and I was like, "Whoa, 32!" But then I
Yeah.
remembered that I have a +5, so that's impossible.
Never tell me the odds.
Never tell me the
Okay.
odds.
So with a 27 and a 32, only Hursk and Gideon can hear as you guys are setting up tents and whatnot and getting everything around. You hear what seems to be a scream from behind one of the tents, about 30 feet from you.
Are we all together?
Yeah.
Gideon,
You're all together, but somebody is elsewhere.
Gideon will get the attention of the group. Something's wrong over there, and he'll start running over that way.
Okay.
Oh, that's forced march, Gideon.
He'll hustle. He'll spend.
You run over there, instantly becoming exhausted.
30
And just as you get there, you get to this tent where you heard the noise, and you kind of like flip open and look inside. There's nobody there. You kind of walk around to behind the tent, and you see one of the human prisoners that you had freed and brought with you.
Oh, I was like, wait, we have human prisoners.
No, one of the
Human
liberated human prisoners
Okay.
is kind of collapsed on the ground, and as you get around, it's a woman. She looks up at you and she says, "Oh, thank goodness! I thought it was going to get me." And she points, and there's a snake about 10 feet away. It's
Like a normal sized snake.
It's
like a
slithering.
little snake.
It's slithering away.
Cool.
It's about 3 feet long.
Hursk, tame it!
Yeah, clearly do a wild
Wait.
empathy check.
Is this person okay?
Roll a heal check.
What if I don't have ranks in heal?
Then all you can tell is that they're not dead.
You can roll heal untrained.
Yeah, you can roll it untrained, but
Are they dead?
Nope.
with a
You at
two,
least know that.
with a 2, they might be.
But they're on the verge of dying.
Hursk, roll me a knowledge nature as well, Hursk.
I'm not sucking out the venom.
Can I grab the snake as it runs off?
You can try. So, Gideon, you begin moving towards the snake. Hursk, you identify the snake. Even with a 13, you do identify the snake. This is a fairly common animal known as a venomous snake. It is.
This is the most absurd thing that's ever happened.
It is not a. It's usually. You would know.
Snake known as.
It's like not even like a
what
diamondback
it's called.
rattlesnake. It's just
This is what it's
venomous.
called.
Venomous.
As opposed to
Some
not
Well, it's
bestiary.
it's because they throw all types of snakes in the venomous snake stat block. So I'm pretty sure it could be any venomous
Your
snake.
imagination, give us something, man.
I don't know what snakes are venomous. Cobras are those?
It's a black mamba.
that's
rattlesnake,
bad.
That's
rattlesnake,
I don't know what that
vipers.
is. I just don't know what kind of snake you'd see in this particular
Just
area.
say
Is this
it's a-
like
it's a-
Pennsylvania area?
it's a
Would it just be a
It's probably
rattlesnake?
a rattlesnake of sorts, I would
Yeah.
imagine.
Okay.
Yeah.
It looks like it is a rattlesnake.
It does have a rattle though.
I can't
no.
take this
Let's just say it's a
encounter seriously.
cottonmouth, okay?
Okay, that works too.
Yeah, it is some kind of venomous snake. You would know that it's a particularly young variant of it.
Gideon, I wouldn't touch that snake. It's poisonous. Did you get bitten by it?
Talking to the woman?
Yeah.
No, but I thought I was going to.
Oh,
It was really close for a second. I came to pick up this basket and it was just right next to it and freaked me out.
oh well, it's like the old saying, they're more afraid of you than you are of them. I think it's all
doubt
fine.
that.
Well,
I'm particularly do not like snakes.
I don't know many people that do, but I think it'll be okay.
Okay. If you could kill it or something, that'd be nice.
Gideon will just
No,
take her
no, that's-
warning.
Necessary?
Will
Well, I mean, it might get me in the night.
he's
It
trying to.
has my scent now.
Gideon's trying to grab it. Does he? He wants
That's
to
not how
basically.
things
It's gonna come back.
Can you
No,
grapple?
It's out for blood.
Can you grapple a diminutive creature? He just wants to get it in his hands. He's got armor on, so he's not worried about it. Like,
You can roll a grapple check, but it'll
Fighting.
provoke.
I hope he gets poisoned by this snake.
he's
it!
okay.
Do
He's got armor. How is it gonna
No.
pierce through
Dude, it
that?
jumps up into your eyes.
It's a snake, not
He
a.
is going full Steve Irwin on a 3-foot
Yeah.
snake.
That's what he's gonna do. That's what he's gonna do.
Leave the beauty over here.
All right, so I roll.
Just leave
do-
the snake alone.
Do I
I think
roll
you should commune
CMB?
first and see if you should do this.
Is
Yeah,
this
you roll
Yeah.
CMB if you want to grab it. It'll try to lunge out at you.
Sure, that's fine. No. No. Even a
It
nat
bites
20.
onto your chainmail underneath your full plate because you have
What
chainmail underneath your full plate.
chainmail and full plate.
This is ridiculous. There is no way a snake is gonna bite a man in full plate. It's just
Hey,
not
a
gonna
natural 20 always hits,
No,
dude.
I was
Okay?
hoping for a natural
This
20.
is the problem with the rules.
Wait,
written.
does the snake have to roll a will save or be dazzled for
Yes,
one round?
it does. It is my enemy. Go ahead and roll me a will save, Jay.
Why is it your enemy? Why do you hate this?
He doesn't hate it. He's just gonna grab it.
We haven't rolled initiative yet.
What are you gonna do with it once you have it?
He's gonna let it back into the woods. Okay, so the
Trying to go to the woods.
the new DC is 16.
So it's
Gideon's
16.
gonna hustle back to the.
Ironfang Legion. And tell
So
them.
with a 19, you do beat its CMD of 11.
And then he'll say, don't worry, ma'am. I will make sure that it is taken care of. And he winks to Hursk as he walks out and just lets it into the grass.
Tries to bite you 3 more times.
That's fine.
None of them hit. Okay, and you get rid off. You have successfully beaten a challenge rating of 1.
Woohoo! Hursk and Gideon!
Good thing we were an XP leveling. We'd be level 10 now.
Yeah, that would do it.
That
That was quite the
you now
encounter.
have time, Hursk. You mentioned you wanted to catch up with everybody when you were making camp.
Yeah, so Hursk goes back and he's like, we're pretty close to Longshadow. I thought maybe we might talk about what we can expect when we get there. Maybe tell you a little bit about the city. I'm pretty familiar with it. Jessup, you're probably familiar with the city as well, but I thought this might be a good time for us to kind of go over the city and what we might expect when we get there.
Of course. And he just takes a seat. I'm assuming we're like around a campfire.
Yeah.
Just sits at one of the logs or foldable chairs. So, tell me then, what do you know of Longshadow?
So, it's not a super old city, but it's been around for a little while now, and it was founded by an adventurer. I think what's most pertinent, though, is now that we know that there's a siege coming, that the history of the city and its defense is rather important. I think it has kind of a checkered past. It's not known for being super defensible against enemies. It has had some success in the last few years, but prior to that, it would often surrender to Malthun anytime Malthun marched an army to its doors. But it is quite familiar with defending against the animals and such, and the crazy creatures of the Hollow Hills. But it might take some convincing to get them to formally defend themselves in a siege.
So if they just kind of opened their doors when Malthun came knocking, how did they maintain their independence?
They kind of wait till Malthun left. It's often hard for Malthun to field an army in this area, and eventually the army would leave and they'd become Nermathi again.
Very ranger-like.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. But like I said, they've defended against countless monster attacks. Like a band of ogres attacked the city, and they managed to defend with the help of some heroic people. So they may be open to staging a defense against this attacking army. But like I said, we might just want to be prepared to have to convince them of what we're saying, and to convince them to put up a fight. I don't know how much experience they have with the Ironfang, but they may not know that the Ironfang doesn't show much mercy.
Not just that, but as Jessup has explained to me, we need to make sure that Longshadow does not fall. Should it do so, too many supplies and raw materials would go to the Legion.
Yes, they're actually known, not quite as well as Skelt, but they're pretty well known for their manufacturing capability. They have a foundry and a lot of warehouses, and so they're known for their production capabilities. So that would be a huge loss to Nermathis if they were to fall. It would cause quite a quite a conundrum in the area if the Ironfang Legion had control of Longshadow.
And that makes it a very lucrative location for the Ironfang. Hobgoblins take a lot of stock in engineering. So if this is already set up as a location for manufacture, then surprised they haven't tried to take it already.
Yeah, well, I mean, on the positive side, there should be a fair amount of supplies, weapons, things like that in the city for arming the people, but I think our biggest hurdle is going to be convincing them to fight, I think.
I see.
We've got Jessup on our side. He can convince anyone.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah. I do real good at that. All the time. Every time. No failure.
I don't know, you convinced me of lots of things all the time. You convinced us to let Gideon in.
You're very persuasive, Jessup.
Well, I will say there are rumors of, Malthuni sympathizers in the city, so there's a possibility we might face that as well. I just thought maybe you guys should know some of this stuff before we arrive, that it may not be an open-armed welcome, and they may not take what we have to tell them very well.
Well, the conflict with Malthun aside, I believe we can all recognize that the Legion poses a greater threat. So hopefully they can see that too.
If they've seen it.
Stares
Okay.
at Marzan in the distance. Thinks about how he could use that to a leveraged advantage.
Well, first and foremost, I think that we need to be honest with them about what they're about to face. I don't think that stretching the truth or hiding the truth is going to do us any good.
That's true. We all need to be at the top of our game tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
And with that, you all finish setting up camp, taking watches. Again, nothing this night gives you any issue, and especially this close to Longshadow, you think it's probably reasonably safe within a certain number of mile radius of the city. That most of the larger predators probably wouldn't be out here, but nonetheless, you have your watches and you don't see anything. The next morning, you wake up, spend your beginning hour of the day from 7 to 8 o'clock or whatever, tearing down the camp, preparing spells or doing any rituals, doing everything that needs to be done. And then that next hour, once you're ready, you can hustle those last 4 hours to the city. 4 hours. 4 miles, 1 hour. 4 miles to the city. And near the end of that time, you do see in the distance the walls of Longshadow begin to grow as you get closer. And by the time you're within a couple hundred feet or so, you can see, for those of you who have not ever been to Longshadow, so for Kieran and Gideon, and especially for you two, because I think both of you have Profession Soldier or something along that line, you're kind of looking at these walls with kind of the idea of like siege and how well could these perform and yada yada. And you can see that probably in both of your actually roll Profession Soldier to see how well you're able to. 23 and 17. Gideon, you don't get as clear a picture of this as Kieran, but you do get a sense of it. But Kieran especially, you do see these walls as, in your opinion, a little bit pitiful. Even with these walls, you wouldn't put much stock in the defense. They're formidable looking, but they're also kind of weathered and crumbling in places. It looks like they really haven't been upkept in maybe a decade or more, which after talking with Hursk, kind of makes sense because the last actual siege was like 30 years ago. So they probably haven't really felt the need to just regular maintenance.
Material, composition, and height. What are we looking at?
So the walls, I believe, are about 20 feet high.
Okay.
And I believe they are made out of stone.
Are we coming in through the north gate?
You are coming in from the north gate, yes. So I will actually move you guys to the Longshadow map. So you probably see a couple circles on the map there. I think those are all on the token layer for you to see.
Yeah.
And so starting up all the way at the top, you guys are coming in from that north gate, which I have circled.
Yeah, there's another token we can see.
Another token?
On the bottom right corner.
Who are you?
Oh, I had a bunch
Fancy
of
lady.
I just had a bunch of tokens down there. I didn't know one of them was on the. It was for anytime you guys met certain NPCs, I'd have them to blow up. I had most of them on the GM layer.
I noticed one. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. So you guys come in through the north gate, and I will read a little bit about the north gate here. If I can
North
pull it
Gate.
up.
It's always the North Gate.
It is always the north gate. That is true.
At least we know about this one.
Yeah. So the north gate is one of 3 gates guarding the entrance to Longshadow. The northern gate has seen the most violence. Monstrous creatures from the Hollow Hills repeatedly attempt to assault the town, and each intrusion has met its end at this gate. The most recent attack occurred 15 years ago, when a band of well-organized ogres assaulted the walls with the support of magical equipment and unexpected tactics. The attack floundered due to the heroics of a group of Pathfinder Society agents taking a break from exploring the nearby Mindspin Mountains. In honor of their timely intervention, the northern gate of Longshadow is permanently emblazoned with the symbol of the Pathfinder Society, the glyph of the open road, signaling to traveling Pathfinders that they are welcome in the town. And you see that as you're a couple hundred feet away from the gate. Do you guys approach?
Welcome to Longshadow, everyone. Jessup, you're probably pretty familiar, but we're coming in through the north gate here. Pretty famous for its association with some Pathfinder fellows. We should probably go in and try and talk to the mayor or the sheriff first. We do have a prisoner in tow. Might want to go to the jail first.
Yeah, I don't know if we really want to be seen walking around this guy for too long, unless we put a bag over his head or something, but I guess he's not really wearing clothes otherwise.
Oh, I suppose we
had
could
one
go
of
to
the cloaks of Elvenkind.
Just stealth him.
He does have.
No, I think we
clothes
gave him
on.
one because he. Oh, I
He
guess
has
we
a
could've-
soldier's outfit that Gideon had like 5 changes of clothes or something.
It was an extra chainmail outfit, apparently.
Yeah.
So you guys approach the gate, and you see there's a pair of guards just off to one side, kind of monitoring travel. And as you approach, they kind of call out to you and say, what's your business here in Longshadow?" They see you pulling a dude with the chains. He's like, what's going on?
Oh, hello, fellas. So, Jessup, do I recognize these guys? Do they recognize me?
So you see the one guy, he has like a clipboard out, and he's ready to put down information. And he's like asking you like what your business is, and he's ready to check something off. And you walk up and you say, "Oh, Jessup," and then he kind of looks up. "Oh, right. Sorry, I didn't notice you there, Jessup. In that case," he kind of flips through the pages on the clipboard. He says, "In that case, I don't care about the rest of this. You're free to go."
Thanks. Ranger stuff. On our way, boys.
Yep, and they just let you on through. They kind of give you some quizzical looks, but they're just like,
Jessup's a VIP.
we know that
It's
guy.
Ranger
A
stuff.
lot easier if we
Right.
just forget the clipboard.
Ranger business.
Right.
I had a couple questions that they were going to ask. They were like, "What's your business?" And you're going to be like, "Oh, we're going to talk about the military." It's like, Miscellaneous. Okay.
That's not a good sign.
They were mostly looking for trading or that's. Yeah, so you guys are
Gideon-
able to enter the city without any issue as soon as Jessup kind of
Gideon
makes
will make a
known.
comment about that, though. I suppose that the honor of a ranger gets you far, though it's fairly lax as far as controlling who comes in and out of the city. Is that normal in Yarmouth?
I mean, when you're Jessup Elfheim, yeah, that happens quite often. They usually roll out the red carpet. I didn't see it today.
I see. That's it.
So, yes, there are a number of places here that you could go. The closest circle you see right here that I'm pinging, that building right there, which is actually very close to the north gate, that is actually the, I believe, town hall. I don't think it has a special name or anything. It's just the town hall. If you wanted to go to the jail first, you could. You're free to go there. It is which one is that? There's the armory. That's not where we want. Hunter's Bureau. That's not where we want. I could have sworn that they had a jail.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah. It's just not one of the named buildings.
Yarmouth
might-
is known for keeping prisoners.
Yeah.
It's off the dock.
Oh, there it is. There we go. I found it. It is actually this building over here. So it's not too far from the town hall, actually. I did not make a circle for that one. I can do that here and put that on that building. So yeah, so the jail is actually right there. Did you want to go to the jail first, you said? Or was that
Probably.
just a something that was thrown out there?
Probably.
Okay. So you make your way towards the jail first, and you get outside of the building, and I'll read a little bit about the jail here. So Longshadow has its share of crime, and thus maintains this jail, though it is rarely overflowing with prisoners. Many attribute the lawful nature of so many of the town's citizens to the effort of head sheriff Grenta Irontusk. I think I have a token for her. For some reason, she is not one of the ones that I put on the GM layer for me to look through. That's not even the right one. Where is it? There we go. So, Grenta Irontusk looks like this.
Oh, cool.
So, she is... I actually have... It tells me what she is. Just out-of-game stuff. Lawful neutral female, middle-aged half-orc brawler 5. So, that's
Oh.
kind of cool.
That's kind of
Nice.
high level.
Detect alignment on her.
For-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jessup, you especially would know that she was once a chaotic force in Longshadow, eventually falling on hard times when a barroom brawl at the Cannery, which is another building further south of this area, shattered her two prominent tusk teeth. The town pulled together to purchase a set of wrought iron inserts to replace her lost protrusions. From this, she learned to respect the law and her community. 10 years later, she took the position of sheriff with no opposition from even the most senior of militia and town guard members. So, you guys can make it to the jail, and she is not the one who greets you there, but you do see one of the town militia behind a counter there, who kind of looks up at you as you enter, and he takes note of the hobgoblin in chains, and he says, what seems to be going on here?
Gideon would look to Jessup. He assumes Jessup the Great, Ranger, is the one to explain and smooth everything over.
Oh. Oh, hey there. Actually, we found a troublemaker on our path to Longshadow, and we need to speak with him, but he is it's a dubious one, so we kind of want to put him in a jail cell until we can figure out what to do with him. Do you know where the sheriff is?
Yeah, she's out making her rounds. She left this morning. She hasn't quite come back yet.
Okay.
She
Well-
usually gets back at noonish or so. It takes a while, but
Alrighty, well, we'll leave you with this gift, and then when you see her, let her know that Jessup was looking for her.
all right. We have a... Well, he looks back at the cells. Almost all of them are empty. He says, I think we have space. All right. He motions to 2 other militia guards. Says, put him in that one. It's fine. And they put him in one of the random cells, lock it, and the other humans probably along the way would have looked to you and said, do you need us for anything, or can we just kind of...
We still have Nibbits?
Yeah, Nibbits is there with you, the 2 dwarves, not the 2 dwarves, the 2 miners, the dwarf and the man, and then the other 6 humans. So you've got like 9 assorted people that are just kind of following you around, not sure if like you need them for something or if they can kind of look for a place to stay.
You guys can go Nibbits. We might need your testimony for things. Do you mind following us around? It'll be fun.
I do have a way with words.
Certainly do.
To the 9 humans before they depart, I would humbly request that you stay in town, though. Your testimony might be valuable to us if needed to be called upon.
They all nod, and they're the 2 miners, especially the man, Meslin Mordecai. He comes up. He says, "Sure, yeah. Anything you need. We'll just be out looking for a place to stay, looking for an inn or something. Yeah, if you need anything, just send somebody to one of the inns, and you'll probably find us sooner or later."
Gideon will give them... How many are there?
So if you are keeping Nibbits with you for the time being, there are 7 humans and 1 dwarf.
7 humans, 8 gold pieces should get them a week's stay pretty easily.
It'll at least get them the night, depending on what inn they have. It'll probably give them a couple days at the minimum.
He'll give them 15 gold then.
Because a night stay at an inn sometimes is like 5 silver pieces.
How much gold did we get in total?
I actually have 16.
That treasure chest?
I have 16 gold pieces right now.
You only got 15,000 gold pieces.
I have 16 gold pieces in petty cash between copper, silver, and gold. So literally each of them can get 2 GP worth, which Gideon would say, use this to help find accommodations, and I appreciate you staying in town. We'll summon you if necessary.
Yep. Just so you know, staying in a common inn is 5 silver pieces. And then if you wanted to do things like a bath would be some copper on top of that. Meals would be some more copper or silver on top of that. But you're looking at probably a couple silver a night.
Sure.
So
between 2 gold pieces apiece, they could live a lot.
They'd have a couple days at the very least.
Yeah.
We're sitting on essentially millions of dollars worth of coin, but you can get $20.
You can't just hand out money to homeless people, Sarah.
Well, I was thinking about telling them before they leave, like, hey, yeah, if you guys stick around and you help us when we need you, we got some gold. We're gonna kind of divvy around, and we can kind of pay you for your services and to help get you back on your feet.
Yep, they all nod. They're like, yeah, we'll do what we can.
Just give us time to go through it. I know that each of you, most of you, are rebuilding lives for yourself. We will do best by you.
I'm sure some of it was taken from them too.
Yeah, most of it actually. But you know.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I was like, wow, we're definitely talking about keeping the money that was clearly stolen from them.
Not them specifically, but yeah, them.
They're communities.
Yeah, they're communities, which is why I think, at least in Gideon's mind, they're going to completely redistribute it pretty fairly, if not all, to them. But it's just a matter of...
Well, we can talk later, Gideon.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. That's a side combo.
So you keep Nibbits with you guys, and the others go look for a place to stay. And where are you going now?
Going to the other conveniently red circles, or at least find out what those are.
You want me to just tell you what they are, or you go into them?
We'll find out what they are. Yeah, you just tell us.
So yeah, I haven't marked every location. I just marked off the locations that you could conceivably go to.
Do you want to just read points of interest, and then we'll make a decision from there?
Yeah. So down here, this is the cannery or the canary. I think it's the canary.
How do you spell that?
I'm thinking of Canary. I think it's like the bird. That's my assumption.
Canary.
Yeah, the canary. It is a highly regarded inn and tavern, so that is most likely where all of those people that you just let go will be headed.
Okay.
It is one of the first structures to be constructed in Longshadow. a little fun fact about that, skipping ahead a little bit. It has remained under the control of the family founder, Jordish Redcliffe, for a long time. The current owner of the establishment, I'm just gonna put all these guys. Whoops. I'm just gonna put all these guys on the token layer. You don't know who any of these people are, but that's fine, because it makes it easier for me to blow them up so you can see them. The current established owner of the Canary is this lady here. Her name is, I think it's either Gestel or Gestel Ambrose. Another behind the scenes, chaotic good, female human, expert 3, swashbuckler 2.
Cool.
She runs the inn, having spent a brief stint as an adventurer in the Bloodsworn Vale, until she lost an eye in a run-in with a kobold-crafted trap. So, that is the main inn. You already know about the town hall, the jail, the north gate. Moving on to this building here, that is the Foragers, Alchemicals, and Emporium.
Foragers,
Alchemicals and Emporium. I can actually copy paste that for you there. That's what it's called. This is a particularly noteworthy establishment because a family of rat folk runs the joint operation of alchemical crafting and junk foraging here. They arrived after the tumult of Multhune secession from Cheliax, and several generations have basically taken enclave within the town and run this little spot here. They reclaim various abandoned mines and search for little trinkets and stuff, and then resell them at their little shop there. The current owner, I believe, is named Kizviz. So that is a nice little shop. And a little bit to the southeast, this building over here is the... Let me get to it here. Dominic's Reagents and Poultices. So you know that Dominic Vlace is something of a local remedy man. Neutral good male human adept 3 expert 2, so he's not as cool. He doesn't have NPC, he doesn't have PC levels. But you know that he maintains a shop that is adjacent to his house. He stores all kinds of unique herbs and minor alchemical items and various components and so on. Mostly leads a fairly solitary life, but enjoys discussing magic and other sorts things with clients who are inspecting his wares. He's only a minor practitioner of magic himself, but he does have extensive knowledge regarding healing techniques. So that is that location there. I can
how is
also...
poultice spelled? Is that like...
Right there. Dominic's Reagents and Poultices.
Yeah. Okay.
You know that the other 2 dots down here at the south will go with the one furthest west first. That is the Spark Strike Smithy. It is a run by a boisterous artisan named Elis Sparkstrike, chaotic good, male, human fighter 5. He is considered the most prominent of Longshadow's 3 blacksmiths. While plying his craft, he wears only a sash and reinforced leather apron as upper body protection, a tradition that has resulted in burn scars pockmarking his arms and face. He is a jovial little individual. His greatest joy is hammering freshly heated metals while carrying on a yelled conversation with clients from across his shop. So that is the
over here.
The smithy. Yep, that's that place. The building that is not too far away from that is Rutra's trading post. That's the general kind of general goods trading store. It has fallen on a little bit of hard time now because it is run by Rutra Grimborough, a lawful good female dwarf, expert 2 wizard 4. She operates the establishment with cool efficiency. The Grimborough family emigrated from Kragadan long ago, and over time, over several generations, they found that they had become more of a part of the human town than their distant mountain home. Due to the Molthuni siege on the Sky Citadel, it has greatly reduced the fortress's exports and adversely affected her wares by extension, as a great deal of her goods were imported from Kragadan. Those are the main points that I had put out because I figured that you could potentially go there, and I wanted you to know what kind of stores were available. There's also, of course, the Hunter's Bureau. I didn't mark it, but it's this building over here, the Hunter's Bureau. Hursk is probably particularly familiar with the Hunter's Bureau as he takes out regular quests to slay mighty beasts. There is the Armory, which is this building just north of the Canary there. Right there, the Longshadow Armory. And then some of these other buildings are like smithies or just other general like factories that make stuff. And then of course you have the docks out here. So those are the most important parts, I think. Anything else we can bring up as needed. There's a handout that you can look at if you want to look at all the other things.
Did I spell Rucha's trading post correctly?
It is in small text. I cannot see it. Rutra?
Yep.
Yes. So those are all of the points of interest.
Just to kind of look at the group, there's quite a few nice shops and things that we can go to kind of arm ourselves and get some upgrades and stuff for the upcoming fighting. But I think we probably best go to the town hall and see if we can talk with the mayor and explain things.
I agree. We're under a bit of a time crunch. Probably should relay the news to them as quickly as possible and then make preparations if we're successful in convincing them.
I will trust your judgment, Jessup.
It's a lot of pressure.
Okay.
You will do fine.
You make your way to the town hall there. Once the seat of power for a Chelish governor, the Longshadow Town Hall was repurposed into a far more civic-facing structure. Half the building is dedicated to the concerns of governance, with meeting rooms and individual offices for the mayor and members of the town council. The other half of the hall houses an auditorium where several hundred citizens can gather to discuss matters of politics or enjoy entertainment presented by the council. It was only 20 years ago that Mayor Crobert, then newly elected, ordered the medal necessary to give the structure an official symbol of Nirmathas along its outer facade. The construction of an intricate silver tree with a protruding brass sword required the talents of an expert metalsmith from Kyonin, who painstakingly threaded heated metals to create the overarching foliage of the nation's symbol. So you see this magnificent metal symbol above the front entrance of the town hall as you approach. And you enter within the building and you see there is a desk with a couple clerks behind it, and there's a short line of people that are kind of queued up and waiting for their concerns to be addressed. And what do? Do you just stand in line, ready to...
Like, how many people in line ahead of us?
It looks like ahead of you there's about 4 or 5 people. At the shortest line.
Kieran just says, "Leave this to me," and he takes off his shirt. I'm just kidding.
Wow.
He doesn't actually do that.
That's gonna go well.
He doesn't do that.
So Jessup's getting some DMV vibes here, and kind of goes to the shorter line and kind of looks up at one person. He'll kind of go one person at a time, be like, "Hey, I know what you're here for is probably something that's super important and means a lot to you, but I have something that's really impactful to Longshadow, and I desperately need to get to the front of the queue. May I step in front of you?"
You were talking,
Oh crap!
you hear footsteps approach from behind, and suddenly a heavy hand smashes onto your shoulder, and a voice that you recognize from behind says, "Oh, Jessup, I didn't know you were back. You've been gone for so long. It's good to see that you're alive still." And you turn and you see Brock.
Oh, Brock, it's you! He gives him a big old hug.
He grabs you and drops his phone on the floor and...
What the heck is this thing? It's a planar communication device.
Yeah, I just found it in one of the mines. No.
Oh, I'm sure you did.
Yeah.
He found it
so
in Numeria.
He embraces you back and he says, "Oh, you've been gone for so long. How did it go with the Rangers?"
Not well. That's actually why we're here. Hey, what do you where's Red?
Oh, yeah, about that. He's out somewhere in the Hollow Hills. About a couple days ago, the farm got hit by a bit of an attack. A couple animals, wild beasts, nothing terribly concerning. We fought them off just fine, but a couple manticores, a griffin or two, something like that. Riled up from something, I don't know. Beasts have been kind of riled up the past couple days here, but we had a few pathfinders staying with us, and he and them went out and wanted to see if they could track down the nest and stop more of them beasts from attacking the farm in the future, carrying off all the cattle and whatnot. But he's fine. There's a group of them. He's not in town. He hasn't been for the couple days. Probably be back in a week or so.
Well, that's good to hear. Everything's okay. Yeah, actually, fuck, that's why we're here. There's a lot of trouble. The Ironfang Legion kind of like whispers it. The Ironfang Legion's attacking. They only have a matter of days until they come after Longshadow.
He cracks a grin and he's like, oh, "You always would good at joking. That's a good one. Almost had me, but that's a good one.
He kind
You'll
of
have to tell that to the mayor. See what he thinks." And he starts laughing.
Okay, well, I see this is how it's probably going to go in there. So he'll, like, look at
Oh,
him.
are you being serious?
He kind of gives him at least the most stern face that he can. Brock, I am being super serious right now.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess in that case, it's a good thing we have walls, right?
He kind of looks at Kieran and Gideon because he knows that those two are looking at the walls and may or may not have made comments about it. Yeah. We're not talking like a small patrol. Brock, all three of the ranger forts, they were taken down. We lost all of them.
At that, his countenance becomes exceedingly serious. He says, "I'm just gonna double check with you. You're being deadly serious."
He'll look at Kieran and be like, I know you don't know Kieran over here, but he's been with me the whole time.
Gideon will nod to confirm their story and just kind of three.
He's a secondhand story. He doesn't really know.
Well,
I don't know of the other two, but I saw one of your ranger forts fallen, and I was with a group of survivors before I met up with these three. The damages by the Ironfang Legion are profound and throughout near Mythos.
Brock, they had a freaking dragon.
wait. You saying those rumors were true?
What rumors have you heard?
I just heard that something about group of dragon slayers in the Fangwood. I mean, I heard your name mentioned, but I figured it was utterly ridiculous.
Another one of my stories, I'm sure.
I've
But,
seen
like,
the corpse.
You're saying, like, you, it kind of, like, looks up and is like, you killed a dragon?
Well, I mean, I encourage people to do so on my behalf.
That sounds a bit more right.
You look
No,
at
I heard-
Kieran.
I heard rumors
Show him the
about
scale.
that.
Kieran will reach into the haversack and pull out a handful of black dragon scales.
His eyes kind of widen a little bit. His one eyebrow goes up. He says, I mean, yeah, I heard a rumor, but I didn't think there was anything to it. But wow, that's quite the thing.
Well,
But,
it certainly wasn't easy, and it wasn't without its losses.
No, I can imagine. And if what you say is true, all three of the ranger forts going down, I mean, you gotta understand, that's far-fetched. I mean, that's, like, we've never been really attacked on our home turf, let alone lost the forts. That's,
No, it's bad, Brock, and I know that You, one of my most trusted friends for years.
That I
I
am.
mean, if you have a hard time believing me, I don't know how I'm gonna manage in here with everybody else, the mayor, the sheriff, all the other, main people of concern. That in
Well.
11 days, it's not gonna matter if you believe me or not. I wouldn't be here.
Well, I don't know what you're gonna do, but all I can say is, I mean, I have rarely met any men with more convincing arguments than you, so I guess, I mean, surely there's evidence for this. I mean, if there's an attack as big as you're claiming, I mean, it can't go completely unnoticed, so you just point out things. I'm sure they'll have some information as well. Like I said, you're a convincing fellow. I'm sure you'll work it out with them.
Well, I feel like usually I'm pretty good at it, but today I better be on my game. Is this queue line moving at all?
Yeah, as it's going, I imagine one of you guys stepped in line as this conversation was going. So by now, maybe like Hursk or somebody
we had Nibbits stay in line for us.
Yeah, Nibbits is there. Is like, I don't know exactly what I'm doing, but I am holding the line. And
that's Gideon's job. Hold the line. Hey, Gideon, hold our line.
And by the time
I shall not falter.
I shall not
I shall not.
No one shall cut in my line.
yeah, by the time Brock finishes up, and he's just kind of like, yeah, I was just over here, letting the town hall know about the attack, just giving a random report, and I was about to head back and get everything cleaned up. So maybe I'll see you around later today. It sounds like you're busy though, so don't be too in a hurry if you've got to protect all of Longshadow or whatever it is you're doing. But
Just all of Nimithos, no biggie.
just like the good old days.
Yeah, the usual.
Yep. And by the time the conversation kind of dies down, whoever was standing in line has pretty much gotten up to the end, and the clerk kind of says, "Next," and you go up and you kind of all consolidate yourselves in front of the desk. She says, "Yes. What business do you have?"
Yes, Jessup. I am a ranger, and also I live here in Longshadow, and I have to speak with somebody very important about a very important matter. Minor details. Longshadow is going to be attacked in about 11 days, and potentially everybody slaughtered.
Real cut to the point.
Okay. Let me look at the schedules here. It looks like
Deadpool.
the nearest. So it looks like Garrett Greygallow has a spot open in 2 days that you could meet with him.
Does he maybe have any availability today? Like at this very moment? Like right now?
They're fairly busy. You seem to be very important business.
He looks at who is she? Can you describe her to me at all?
She looks like a older lady, not like old, but like in the upper half of middle-aged. Well-kept hair. Looks like she's. I don't know if you have often come into the town hall for business at all, but she's been working as a clerk for quite a long time. But as she's like looking through things, you hear some noise on the second floor of the building. This first entry hall is kind of like an open room where you can see onto the second floor, and then they open into hallways going back. And you can actually see, stepping out from one of the rooms, is Mayor Tom Crawbert himself, followed by his 3 primary advisors. And you can hear them kind of discussing some things up there as she's looking through her schedule.
I'm assuming Jessup and the mayor and the advisors are at least somewhat acquainted.
You've probably met each other. You've at least talked. So you're familiar, like you recognize them on sight for sure.
Jessup will look at him and be like, "Hey, there he is right now. Do you believe that you can go and fetch him for me? Or at least get us into a room together?" She... What? Oh, and I'm sorry. I don't think I caught your name. Your name?
As you're talking, okay, her name, you say, my name is Risa. And as you're asking that, you actually, Hursk, you can actually see out of the corner of your eye. I think you have the highest perception. You see out of the corner of your eye, the mayor actually stops for a second. Kind of like, gives a quizzical look, looks down in your direction. He says, is that Jessup, the fabled dragon slayer?
Oh, Risa, you did a fantastic job. Thank you for fetching him for me. He looks up. Why, yes, it is I, Jessup Elfin, the Ranger Dragon Slayer, here to have words with you. If I may.
I'll be honest, I don't really give much stock in the rumors, but I have heard quite a very interesting story about you, and I would like to talk about it.
Well, the rumors ain't stockier than me, so...
Yeah, well, by all means, you can meet me at the pub later today. I've got some business here to attend to about an old well, but yeah, I'd love to have a talk.
Do you think I could maybe not be at a pub location? Maybe somewhere a little bit more private?
I suppose so.
Can
Is this rumor more confidential than it sounded?
Well, you know, we don't want to create a panic or anything like that. Can I just maybe have about 10 seconds of your time, just right over here?
I suppose so. And one of the advisors by him, looks like a half-elven woman, she says, Mayor, we really do need to figure out what to do about this well. And he says, oh, the well can wait. It's not going anywhere. I'll be right back. And he starts making his way down, and then the three advisors just follow him down.
So Jessup moves over with his 3 advisors. And Nibbits, the 4th. And goes, Mayor, I appreciate you coming down these flights of stairs to meet with me just for a quick second. Yes, the rumors are true. We did fight a dragon, and coincidentally, pretty much all the Ranger forces have been eradicated, and there's actually an imminent threat of an entire legion of hobgoblins that is going to attack Longshadow in about 11 days. So, well, imminent attack.
So you say that, and he kind of cocks an eyebrow, as if he's like trying to figure out if what you're saying is true. And then one of the advisors behind him, a man in very nice clothes with the symbol of Abadar on the chest, kind of gives a long sign. He says, Mayor, we don't have time for jokes. We have important business to attend to right now. And the mayor kind of says, yes, Jessup, I appreciate this.
We kind of looks at the Abadar guy and he goes, oh, well, I mean, based on the company that you're in, I'm sure that I can buy some of your time.
Kieran wants to just kind of casually, he'll say, Sir, with all due respect, we have a hobgoblin prisoner in your jail right now that may help give credence to our story.
The mayor at this point, he kind of nods, he says, all right. Seneca, how about we postpone the well to tomorrow? And it sounds like we have a bit of a conversation that we need to have here.
Yes, and then after here, then maybe we can consider the pub.
They all nod, and he says, if you'll follow me, we'll go to my office and have a chat. And
okay.
They lead you up to the second floor, and they take you down to one of the back rooms and into one of the larger offices. And he kind of goes over to his desk, sits down, and begins to kind of stroke his beard. I'll actually show you what he looks like. This is Mayor Tom Crawbert. He's got like a mustache that goes into like a... Is that like a handlebar?
I think it's almost like a handlebar mustache.
It's like the Civil War mustache.
So he's kind of tugging on that a little bit as he is sitting at his desk. And next to him, you have the three main advisors, Jessup and Hursk. You're at least vaguely familiar with these if you haven't already met them firsthand. There is Solomon Zane, who is a lawful neutral male, middle-aged human cleric of Abadar 5. He is a banker within Longshadow and one of the primary advisors for Mayor Tom. You also have Seneca Volstat. She is a neutral female half-elf rogue 4. She is a shipping magnate in town. And then you have the aforementioned Garrett Greygallow, who is a neutral male human expert 6. He is a owner of one of the local foundries. So these are all three prominent people in town. And yes, if Gideon begins to detect alignment, the mayor will be like, hold up now.
We don't do that here.
He does not.
So what's the mayor's name of the Abadar Fiend again?
Yes, so the priest is Solomon Zane. The
priest
foundry owner is Garrett Greygallow. The shipping magnate is Seneca Volstat. And the mayor is Mayor Tom Robert.
Thank you. And so. All right, so we're all in the room together?
Yeah.
Including a Nibbits?
Yes, so
Nibbit.
you are all in this room together, and we will now get into the infamous verbal duels.
I think
Unnecessary.
if I may, before we get up to the room, can I do
Okay.
one thing?
Sure.
So he will, when they start walking up the room, he'll kind of nudge Kieran to the side. Like, hey Kieran, you've been with me pretty much again from the beginning. And I'm going to need your help convincing them that this is trouble. Are you with me?
I'll do my best.
I know you will. Just need you to smooth talk them. Be diplomatic. You know how to be diplomatic, don't you?
Sure.
That was overly convincing. Okay. Just remember how to talk. Smooth talk, like you're back at home, And with that, Jessup will use 4 uses of his bardic performance to use the feat Omnipresent Mentor to give Kieran a +3 bonus to diplomacy for the next until I rest.
Okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
And then that's when we go up.
All right. So, we're going to have to pull out of the scene a little bit, talk about the mechanics here of these verbal duels, because none of us have ever done verbal duels before. We've all read them, but they're pretty involved. So, essentially, we'll do this sort of step by step. Excuse me. So, the first step is normally going to be, with any verbal duel, you've got the two sides that are debating, and then you have the audience. I'll just let you know, in this case, the audience is going to be the mayor. You're going to try to convince the mayor of all of your information, and the advisors, who think you're just wasting time or whatever, are going to basically try to convince him that the well is very important. Not specifically the well, but in general that your arguments are distracting them from important business that needs to be done. So, the first step would be assessing the crowd, trying to get a feel for them. This is particularly easy for Jessup and for Hursk, who are fairly familiar with the history of Longshadow and how prominent a figure that Mayor Crobert is. So, I would like, in this case, I would say only those two, Hursk and Jessup, to roll a sense motive. This will kind of give you an idea of the mayor's leanings, what kind of verbal tactics he might scoff at and others that he might commend. Okay. 27. Very easy DC. Hursk did not meet the DC, but Jessup did. It was DC 15.
Not a huge surprise there.
So yeah, Jessup, you're aware that there's a lot of different rumors about Mayor Crawbert. One of the widely spoken ones is that he spent some time as an adventurer in his younger years, and his relationship with most of his adventuring companions was not great, and as such, he is particularly he takes particularly bad to mockery. He does not enjoy seeing people mocked or being mocked. So in essence, any check you make to mock during the verbal duel will take a -2 penalty. You would also know that he is a learned man. He's actually somewhat of a linguist himself. As such, he is very fond of using wit in a debate. So any check you make using wit will get a +2 bonus. So that is the very simple assessing of the crowd. In this particular verbal duel, there will be no seating of the audience or any of that stuff. So we'll skip all of that. What I just told you was the mayor's biases. He is negatively biased towards mockery, positively biased towards wit. Now on to edges. I believe the only individual edge that you have is now with Kieran for diplomacy, because the competence bonus that you gave is a +3, so it would qualify as an edge. So Kieran, you specifically have one edge that you can use on a diplomacy check. Whichever tactic you put diplomacy into, you can expend an edge on that tactic because you have that competence bonus.
I should get one, if I'm not mistaken, for skill focus.
You have skill focus
in religion.
Then, if you put knowledge religion into a tactic, you would get a edge for that tactic.
Like
yes.
an appeal to allegory or anything like that.
Sure. Yeah. Whatever you put that particular skill into. I will also let you know that the party has several general edges that you have earned unbeknownst to yourselves.
Ooh.
These edges can be spent at any time on any skill. They're just general edges. You gain 1 for your reputation as rumored dragon slayers. There is just a little bit of weight behind your words at the idea that you did in fact slay a dragon, even though they're just rumors at this point. Mm-hmm. You gain a second edge. These next edges are evidence that you have. So you found the letters on the centaur that had kind of back and forth between camps. That gives you 1 general edge. You brought Meslin and Volden to town, so if you needed to get their testimony, you can call for it. That is another edge. You brought Nibbits to town, so her testimony is another edge. And finally, you brought Marzan to town.
Oh.
So he gives you another edge as evidence.
Wow.
Hey.
Malati does know what's up.
Yeah.
Literally, Jessup has been saying that the whole time.
Yeah.
I would have laughed so hard if you didn't bring them, and then I told you that, and then you don't get it because
that's a lot of general edges, though. That we.
Yeah, you guys have a lot of edges. 5 general edges, and then Kieran and Gideon both have a specific edge for 1 skill.
So why don't you go ahead and explain how expending one of those works and what it does for you?
Right. So, an edge is basically a advantage on a roll. A duelist can spend an edge to re-roll an associated skill check for a verbal duel tactic. Sometimes you're limited to when you can spend an edge. So for instance, Kieran and Gideon have edges that they are limited to a specific tactic. The other 5 you can use whenever you need a re-roll. And basically you can spend these consecutively. So if you very, very, very need to win a particular roll, you can spend all 5 edges just one after the other. Just roll it, you didn't get it. Spend an edge, roll it again. Spend an edge, roll it again until you finally hit that DC if you really need to hit that particular DC. But you're limited on how many edges you get. One thing to keep in mind is that whenever you win an exchange, you get an edge. And the way that exchanges work. The duel is basically, you could consider the duel as a combat. And you could almost equate each exchange to like a round, a back and forth. It goes back and forth a couple times, but basically one person will choose a tactic and roll the associated skill check, and that will set the DC of the counter, and the ante for the exchange goes up to 1. If the opponent decides that they want to counter it, they choose a tactic, roll the skill check, and if they exceed the DC, they then basically hand it off to you to counter, and the ante goes up again. And it continues like this until someone concedes the exchange or someone fails a skill check. Once you have conceded or failed, whatever your current ante is subtracted from your determination. And we were actually talking about this a little bit before the session. We have calculated that your party's determination is 10. That's basically your hit points. Once your determination hits 0, you have lost the duel. Once your opponent's determination hits 0, you have won the duel. So, as an exchange goes on and the ante continues to increase, it becomes extremely important to decide whether you want to counter and risk taking extra damage, or just concede and take your loss and then start the next exchange. If you concede or lose, you are the one who starts the next exchange. There is one tactic that kind of changes that. Actually, I think it's, if you lose, you start the next exchange. However, there's a particular tactic that you can roll it, and it actually lets you immediately end the exchange and you start the next one. So I think that's red herring. So edges are fairly simple. They're just rerolls. Determination, fairly simple. Just your HP. I've already calculated it. Like I said, it's the average of your mental stats. And 3 of you, the average is a +1. So +1, and then your hit dice of 9 for a 10. So that's your hit points for the duel. The important modifiers that might come up in the middle of a duel are the following. So, last tactic. It is often considered bad form and awkward to counter with the last tactic used against you. So, for example, if your opponent opens the exchange with logic and you try to counter with logic, you take a penalty because you're just countering with the same tactic that they just used. So you want to kind of choose different tactics as you go along rather than just using the same one that they just used, for example. There's also the repetition of duelists. This is specific to a team duel. When a duelist wins an exchange, that character takes a -2 penalty on all skill checks for her tactics. Hearing many different voices is even if they have similar opinions, lends credibility to a team's arguments. So Jessup might have the highest skills, but if he just wins like 4 exchanges in a row, he's essentially taking a -8 penalty on everything. So eventually, he's not going to be able to hit the DCs if it's only him winning the exchanges, basically. And tactic interaction. Certain tactics are better versus other ones. So, for example, if somebody uses logic and then you counter with an emotional appeal gets a bonus when used to counter logic. So there's a lot of minute interaction that goes on there, and that you kind of just have to read each individual tactic, which I think we can probably get into the tactics here, and we'll kind of explain. Each tactic has an associated skill, and basically you take your skill, you apply it to that tactic. So when you roll, say, an allegory, you're like, I'm going to roll an allegory, and say you put knowledge religion into it. So you're basically just rolling a knowledge religion check. The way that this works is you add your charisma modifier, plus your ranks in that skill, plus the class skill bonus if it is a class skill. That's all you add. Anything else on top of that is converted to edges. So that is why Kieran's competence bonus to diplomacy is an edge rather than a bonus to his tactic. Same with Gideon. Skill focus is an edge rather than a bonus to his tactic. The only bonuses you get are your ranks, charisma, and if it's a class skill. And even if the skill is like an intelligence-based skill, you use your charisma in a verbal duel. Always use your charisma modifier in a verbal duel. So we can go through, and we're gonna have to talk a little bit back and forth to see how you guys want to place your skills. Some of you might not have skills for certain tactics. You can still put stuff in there. So even if you don't have any perform skills, you can still put perform act into one of the tactics. It's just you'll only get your charisma because you won't have any ranks or class skill bonuses in it. So it'll be a very low bonus, but you might have to do that. You might just not have skills to put in everything. So you'll have to decide what tactic you want to really put your best skills into and what tactics you're going to just have to, leave behind. So kind of an open discussion here, how you guys want to,
And each person,
if you have questions or anything.
Yeah, so each person has to determine what skill they're going to apply to each tactic, and you can only apply a skill once.
Yes. I believe each of you will individually decide how you want to allocate your skills, and you can only put a skill in one area. Now, Jessup is a little unique. He's a bard, so technically he has like 4 skills that work off of perform oratory. So he's got intimidate, sense motive, diplomacy, and they're all the same bonus because he only uses his perform oratory for it.
And then he also has perform oratory that he could give to some other task.
Yeah. So he can basically put perform oratory in one, and then sense motive in another, diplomacy in another, intimidate in another, but they all use the bonus for perform oratory. So he can basically more or less choose a bunch of different skills to get all those bonuses on. But he can only put each of those individual skills into one tactic.
So give us general strategy. Should we try to diversify our skill set, or if like both of us put skills in logic, is that going to be detrimental?
It depends on how it goes on.
Okay.
If 2 people put high bonuses in logic, then if one person keeps winning, their bonus will lower, so the other person can start to take over. So you're not necessarily being hurt by doubling up. It would be good to spread them out a little bit because there are interactions. So like if you only put stuff in logic and they use something that logic is bad against, then nobody has anything to counter that. So you do want to spread out a little bit, but you're not really penalized by having high stats in the same tactic.
Okay.
So I do have one question off of what you discussed. So you said that if Jessup keeps going consecutive rounds, he's going to get penalties. Now, is that only during one anti-exchange and then that's refreshed for the next anti-exchange when it restarts, or is it as long as I keep rolling throughout the entire battle?
You only take the penalty if you win an exchange. So if you are the final person to roll and you set the DC and they either fail to counter it or concede, you have won that exchange and you take a -2 penalty for the rest of the duel. So you don't take any penalties if you speak a lot during the exchange. But if you win the exchange, you take a penalty for the rest of the duel. So it just determines like...
So we're getting tired out as we go on.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's more like they're just getting sick of hearing from the same person over and over.
Yeah, that is mostly what it is. If it's if it's only you speaking, it's less valuable than if everyone is speaking.
Yeah. Looking at the tactics, the ones that I have my eye on, so I have logic that I would probably like to apply my profession soldier to, or depending on how I roleplay it, Jason, I don't know if you would think that it's more of a knowledge local, but I did kind of mention to you a little bit about this earlier.
As far as that goes, it depends on how you want to use it. You can only put one or the other. I'll let you put either of them in, but that just depends. That will frame how your logical arguments are going. If you want it to be a knowledge local, then your argument for logic will be based off of that sort of area. But if your arguments for logic are just military tactics, that sort of thing, you can do profession soldier, and that's fine.
Okay, yeah, so that's probably, I would want to use profession soldier for a logic tactic. I have a roleplay thing for allegory, but I don't have any of those skills, so I would just be rolling a flat charisma.
I also
Check.
have a pre-written role play for allegory with opening remarks, so it doesn't have to be
Okay.
like he doesn't have to go first. But I knew that I had the edge in religion, so I spec'd into that before we met for today.
Okay.
Okay. So depending on what Josh does, I may not do that at all. It may not just sit well.
Or should we at least
I
want to
have
see
a-
if we cover
I
at
have a
least
whole
everything?
table here that I can start filling in skills with tactics as you go along. Just let me know if you've settled on where you want to put stuff.
Yeah, and then I would put knowledge, nobility into presence.
Okay.
I think that's
I mean, I'm pretty certain that Jessup has enough that I could do everything. But obviously,
Probably.
I can't do everything consistently.
Yes.
So why don't you three decide on what's best for you, and then Jessup can try to fill in gaps. Because like I have every knowledge, so I can help fill in. They're not super good, but my biggest ones. Now you said, Jason, we add in everything for our roll. We're actually, if we're rolling oratory, I would click my perform oratory, and that's what the roll is.
If you're rolling oratory, you would add your charisma, your ranks, and a class skill. So if you have floating modifiers beyond that, then you don't. Just click
the
it.
only floating modifiers that I have is bardic knowledge. Does
Okay.
that count?
Let me just read bardic knowledge here.
I had half of my bard level to those, but I don't understand. I don't know what they're considered.
Oh, that's not what I wanted. I
Or
apparently
would
got
I
corrected to dark knowledge.
Would I get like 8 edges?
Let me see. Bardic knowledge. Where are you? Bardic knowledge. You're somewhere here. A bard adds half his class level to all knowledge skill checks and may make all knowledge skill checks untrained. So it's crazy, but it seems that you would get edges. Those are on top of the other stuff. So instead of getting half your level, which at this level would be +4. So instead of getting +4 on your knowledges, you would get 1 edge for your knowledges.
For each specific knowledge.
For each knowledge that you put in, yeah.
Okay,
Because
so I
you
should
get that
uncheck
bonus
bardic
to all
knowledge.
knowledges. So
So when I take that away, unfortunately, it does drop all mine by 4. So now my knowledges
Yes.
are like not
yeah,
fantastic.
your knowledges will all go down in modifier, but you'll be able to re-roll each of them once.
Yeah, my knowledge locals is 7. Other than that, it's just my knowledge arcana is a 5 and nature's a 5. I'm not sure how we can really use those, but
okay. So I guess we can just each go and say what we would put our things in. So Jason, I would do profession soldier for logic.
Okay, and what's the bonus for that? Your charisma plus your ranks,
Yep.
and it's a class skill.
10.
So +10.
Wait. No.
Ooh.
No. Class skill 14. I forgot my charisma because that's an intelligence skill.
Yes. So you would have to take out the intelligence modifier and then put your charisma in. You can't just add charisma on top of it.
Mine's a 0, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. Yeah. So you have 7 ranks in it plus. Yeah.
7 ranks plus class skill plus my 4 charisma.
Okay. So plus
So-
14 in logic.
I would do knowledge nobility into presence.
Okay.
That
And what
would
is
be so I have 6 ranks plus
Okay.
it's a class skill, so it's 9 plus 4, so that's
So
a 13.
13. So 13 in presence.
Yep. And then I think I would probably do diplomacy into flattery.
Okay. So diplomacy into flattery. And what's your bonus on that?
10.
Plus 10 into flattery.
Yep.
And those are the
that's-
only class skills you have. Everything else would be
Just plus 4.
right.
Yep.
Okay. And
Well,
I assume
Unless it's a class skill, I just don't have ranks in it, correct?
if you don't have ranks in it, you don't get the class skill.
Oh,
bonus.
right. You're
Yeah.
there.
So
Okay. Yep.
what
It.
skills do you put in the other? Because you might end up in a situation where you don't have any skills left, depending on how you allocate them. So
Oh, I do have knowledge local, so I could put that into something.
okay, knowledge local can go into.
I believe there was one that you could use any
Logic.
knowledge for.
Logic.
Yeah, I think knowledge is.
Yes, yeah, logic is for anything pertinent, assuming that you
Yeah.
can probably.
So
valid-
you've already done logic, so knowledge local
Mhm.
can't really be used for you in
Yeah.
that one. But as far as
Um,
the other skills go, you basically just have to let me know, can you put a skill there even if you're not trained or anything, or can you just straight up not use that tactic for the duel?
Oh, you want me to go through like each tactic and say?
Yeah, so like so even if you don't have ranks in something, as long as you can do the thing. So like perform oratory, you don't have ranks in it, but you can still put your charisma to it. So I just need to know if you ever get to a point where like you've already used all of your skills and you get to a thing where it's like I literally can't put any random skill into this tactic and therefore can't use it.
I could do emotional appeal with bluff.
Okay.
And
that's just a +4?
Yes, just a +4. And then I could do rhetoric with linguistics.
Okay. And that's also +4?
Yes. Well, I have 2 ranks in that.
Oh, so it's a 6.
But it's not a plus. It's not a class skill.
Okay, so
it's just a
+6.
Yep.
Okay.
And I think that is all of my applicable skills. With the
You
tactics.
can still put like perform comedy into wit if you want. It's just it'll be your base.
Sure. Why
Okay.
not?
So perform comedy can go into a +4 for there.
And this doesn't mean that we have to use these tactics, right?
No, you don't have to use them. It's just
Okay,
in
because
order
I could
to use
do
them at all, you have to have something in them.
yeah, I could do intibating, and I have +4 for that.
Okay, so intibating for +4. Okay.
Yep. Which one did I skip? Mockery.
Allegory, mockery, and red herring. I don't have anything.
Okay, allegory. I could do like I don't know, like just a base +4, I guess. Well, I don't have
For
knowledge.
You
I
don't
guess-
have to have the knowledge. It's fine. You can just put the skill in there and it'll be your base, I think.
Yeah, yep. So that would just be a base +4 for allegory.
Which one? Just so I know how you're framing it.
Knowledge history.
Okay, so knowledge, history into allegory. Okay, +4.
Yep. And then
Mockery and red herring.
mockery, I've already used all 3 of those.
You've already used all 3 of those, so you can't use mockery, period.
Cannot use mockery. Yep. And then
red
I
herring,
cannot use red herring.
You
either.
cannot use oratory. You haven't used.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I thought that was comedy. Yep.
Perform. So perform.
Yep. So it's just a base +4.
Oratory. +4. Okay. So that is Kieran, all good to go. Who wants to go through the list next and figure out how they want
I've
to
got
allocate
mine, like, I could read them off, ready to go.
it? Okay, go ahead.
Allegory, I chose religion. It is currently my best thing that I can do. Do you want the bonuses to them?
Yeah, go ahead and let me know like how many ranks you have and
15 with 9 ranks.
Oh wow, you put everything in there.
Yep. Yeah, no.
And you have a edge in that, correct?
And I have an edge.
Right. So you have an edge in that. She had an edge in flattery because that's what she put diplomacy into. Okay. Next, baiting.
Intimidate.
Okay, intimidate into baiting, and what's
It
your
has an
bonus?
8.
+8. Okay. Emotional appeal.
Sense motive.
Sense motive.
Also an 8.
Also an 8. Flattery.
Bluff. 5.
Okay. Logic.
Soldier. 8.
Okay. Got 2 soldiers up in here. Mockery.
Comedy. 0.
Okay. Okay, so it would be at least a +4 because you have your charisma, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, you add your charisma to all that stuff?
It's not that you add your charisma, it's you use your charisma instead of the skill that you usually use.
If you
So the bonus is always your charisma modifier plus your ranks plus if it is a class skill. That is always what the bonus is.
Right. So in this case, because it's a perform, so it would be 4.
Okay. 4.
Because he doesn't have any ranks in it or anything
Okay.
like that.
So it's just your base +4. I'll reduce that by 2 right now because that's his negative bias.
Sure.
So you have a +2 on mockery. I'll increase her wit to a +6.
I'll put a
Okay.
functional +2 on my side so I just know what it is.
Okay.
Nobility, I don't have any ranks in.
So knowledge, nobility for presence.
Yeah, and so
No ranks, so it'd just be a 4.
Yep. You still add your charisma to that.
Yep, it's always your charisma
Cool.
plus ranks plus class skill.
And so has plus ranks plus class stuff. So even charisma-based skills, it'll just be what it would normally be.
Charisma-based skills are probably just going to be their normal, but the
So-
intelligence and wisdom-based skills would change.
So your wisdom-based skills are actually going to turn out to be better depending.
Yes. So your knowledge religion you have as a plus 15. You had 9 ranks. So 9 plus it's a class skill, so that'd be 12. Plus your charisma would actually be a 16, not a 15.
Well, plus skill focus just gives me
You
an
do not
edge.
add skill focus.
Gotcha. That's what gives me the edge. So it's 16.
So
Intimidate.
16 with the edge. Yes.
Intimidate is charisma, so it just stays in.
So that's fine. Sense motive is wisdom.
So that becomes a 12.
So because you have 5 ranks plus class skill for 8 plus 4 for 12.
ranks. 4 ranks. 4
So,
ranks plus I have
4 plus 4 plus 3, so it's an 11.
But I have a miscellaneous plus 1 to it. But those kinds of things don't get stacked.
Those do not count. Nope.
Okay, so it's
Nope.
11.
Plus 11. Okay. Bluff is a
Bluff, I have no ranks in, so it's just a 4.
so it's a 4, not a 5. Okay.
Because I had another
Soldier is wisdom. How many ranks do you have in that?
5.
5. So 5 plus 3 is 8. Plus 4 is 12. So it's a 12.
So soldier. is
Comedy is correct as a plus 2, and nobility is correct at a plus 4. Okay.
12. Okay, I understand.
So now we're at
better.
red herring.
Oratory.
Okay. So perform oratory, and do you have any ranks in that?
1.
Okay. So it would be a plus 5. Or is that a class skill for you?
Class skill.
It is, so it would be an 8.
Yep.
Okay. Rhetoric.
Diplomacy.
Diplomacy. Interesting. And what are your ranks
7.
in 7? So, and that one definitely is a class skill for you. So that's a 14.
Okay.
And then wit is the last one.
Yep. Which I have linguistics.
Okay. And do you have any ranks in linguistics?
No.
Okay, so it's just a 4.
Yep.
Okay, so that's 2 down. Jessup or Hursk, which one of you wants to go down the list?
I'm still sorting mine. Sorry.
Okay.
I think I can go. I can go.
Yeah.
Mine's gonna be pretty fast. I mean, let's be honest. So, okay, did I understand correctly that you can take a flat check on a knowledge even if it's not a class skill, or no?
Yes, you can put knowledges into these tactics. It's just that you're
Okay.
going to have a very low bonus.
So, allegory,
Okay.
knowledge, history.
So history, and that is not a class skill for you,
Nope.
and you don't have any ranks in it.
Nope.
So it's just a -1 for you.
It shows up as a 0.
Always instead of, because that's using your intelligence. These are always using your charisma. So your
These are
charisma
always
is a -1,
negative
right?
1. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So, any of these that aren't, it'll be a -1. Basically,
Okay.
all of them except knowledge geography is gonna be a -1.
Okay.
So baiting, we'll do intimidate.
Okay.
-1.
Intimidate -1.
Emotional appeal, sense motive, -1.
Okay. Yeah. So you don't have any
Yeah.
ranks in sense motive. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have any ranks in it because it's not a class skill, and
Yeah,
it's just
Okay.
a flat check. Flattery, diplomacy, -1.
Okay. Diplomacy -1.
Logic, knowledge geography,
Okay.
I have a 12.
So you have
9 ranks.
9 ranks. It's a class skill, so that's a 12. Adding your charisma brings it down to an 11, but it's still plus 11. Okay.
Mockery, we're gonna do bluff,
Bluff
-1.
-1, but it is a negative bias, so I'm just going to put that on a -3 here.
Yep. Presence, knowledge, nobility, -1.
Okay. Knowledge, nobility, -1.
Red
Okay.
herring, perform oratory, -1.
Perform Oratory. I'm liking your.
I don't want to talk. Rhetoric, we're gonna go with linguistics, -1.
-1.
And last, wit, perform comedy, -1.
So perform comedy, but it is a positive bias, so it's actually a +1.
Yes. So those are my two.
I believe Gideon's linguistics should also be a 6 because it's a positive bias.
So those should be all of mine.
So you have 1 + 11, 1 + 1, a bunch of -1s, and 1 -3.
Yep.
Okay.
Not great. Don't let me talk. Don't let me
Okay,
talk.
you're good at shooting things.
Yeah.
Just talk about the hills.
Well, that's what I was gonna rely on. Like, if we need a solid logic, bring in Hursk. Anything else, don't make him talk.
Okay. So that brings us to the final combatant here, Jessup.
Big kahuna.
Have you figured out kind of how you want to...
Nope, probably not. Can you at least tell me, out of curiosity, how are we on allegory, logic, mockery, and rhetoric?
Allegory is Gideon's highest, so he's got a banger allegory.
Okay,
You mentioned logic.
correct.
Everybody has a 10 or higher on logic.
Okay, not Jessup. Okay, continue.
What was the other
mockery,
one?
which I probably won't use, but mockery.
Mockery. Everybody's got a +2 or less.
Well, I don't think we're really going to try to use that one much anyway, but...
Yeah, that's up to you.
And then rhetoric.
Rhetoric. Hursk is out of the question. Kieran's pretty middling, but Gideon's actually got that's his second highest. So Gideon's got a pretty good rhetoric.
Good. So I think mockery is the only one we had so-so in. And
Mockery is the only one that nobody's any good at.
And then for mockery, you get a +2 bonus on associated skill checks when using mockery to counter a tactic with a negative audience bias if you win the exchange with mockery. Yeah.
The funny thing about that is mockery is the negative bias. So you would be getting a +2 to counter the thing that you're already taking a -2 on.
Right.
So
is there really a benefit to doing mockery? It
in
increases
this
the ante,
in this
but...
particular one, probably not, because that is the negative bias.
So I guess, all right, so if I did everything correctly, allegory will be a knowledge history for Jessup.
Okay, and
which
what
would
is
be an 8.
8? So 3 from class skill.
3, you have 1 rank, 3 class
1
skill,
rank.
4 charisma.
Yep, and then you get 1, so +8, and then you get 1 edge because it's one of your knowledges.
Correct.
Okay.
Baiting will be sense motive, which will be a
Okay.
16.
Because you have maxed
that's
that one
my-
out, right?
What's that?
You've maxed that one out, right?
Yes.
Oh, because it's oratory. And
Because it's
oratory,
oratory.
you have your 9 ranks plus the
Correct.
class skills.
9 ranks
12
plus class
yeah.
skill plus charisma.
So 16 for that one. Yep.
Emotional appeal will be my perform oratory, which was also a 16.
Yep.
Flattery is diplomacy, which is 16.
Okay.
Logic will be knowledge local, which would be also an 8. And that is
Okay,
also
so
an edge.
knowledge local is also an 8 with an edge.
Mockery will be perform comedy, which should only be a flat 4 from charisma.
Okay. So it's a +4, but it is a negative bias, so I'll just make
would
that
be
a
2.
+2 on my end.
What's the next one?
Presence.
Yes, presence. That'll be intimidate, 16 from oratory.
Okay, intimidate +16.
Red herring, bluff, 16. That is actually just a max skill.
Okay, yeah, because it's not under your
right.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's not oratory. That's just
another
9.
that's another 9 ranks. Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay. Rhetoric.
That will be perform act, a 4.
Okay, so
Just
perform
from
act for a +4
charisma.
on that one. Okay.
And then last will be knowledge linguistics, which actually becomes a 16 because instead of using intelligence, which is a 0, I add 4 more from charisma
Right, because you have
because its max ranks at 9.
yeah, because you have 9 ranks. That's also a class skill for a bard, and you add your so it's a 16.
Yep.
Okay.
So I have
So
2
you
edges.
have
and that's
2 edges, and okay, I will actually snip this table that I have so you guys can see what you are actually doing here, and I'll
well,
save
just
this.
because we can see it doesn't mean we know what we're doing.
Yeah. I'll save this as tactics, and I will upload it to the discard. Upload a file, documents, downloads, tactics. So you guys can open that, and that shows you all of your bonuses, all of your edges, minus the 5 general edges you have. And yeah.
So we basically just choosing what we want to use. We just do a d20 and then we just are adding from the table.
Pretty much, yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Where's that?
And Discord.
It's in Discord.
Okay.
Also
the Discord
known as
chat.
discard.
Discard.
So,
Hursk,
that's-
feeling strong. Let's do this.
all that's
Hursk,
pretty much
you can
set
go
up.
wait downstairs if you'd like.
Oh, I might pop off to the Hunter's Bureau and see what they got going on.
Yeah, go find my son while you're out, will you? Thanks.
Oh, he's dead.
Wow.
I don't know that for a fact.
Jessup would leave, and then you guys are completely screwed for the rest of the duel.
Okay, so you guys are all in this office with the mayor, his 3 advisors. He sits behind his desk and he begins kind of like pulling at the one side of his beard, and he says, "All right, so you have some fairly substantial claims. Well, go ahead and fill me in on what's going on." So, in this particular duel, you guys will be opening the first exchange. So you will decide who makes the first check and what tactic and all that stuff.
Well, and I guess...
Hear me out.
Okay,
Let Hursk open it up.
right.
With a logic geography explaining what's going on in the world out there with a logic tactic, and then he can just shut up.
I mean, it makes sense to have somebody with a mediocre or low roll go to set the bar low, because if we start
Yep.
high, we're not
Yeah.
increasing the ante enough to make
Yep.
it worthwhile. And then if we use the high rolls, then that person's going to get negatives if they succeed moving forward.
Right.
So it is probably good to let the worst person proceed. So Justin, you'd be starting this a lot. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Are we all in agreement, I guess?
Yeah, are we all good with that?
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay, Josh, what is your rebuttal?
Well, yeah, I was gonna say.
I
mean,
made sense
I
of
mean,
that.
Yeah, right?
Not
Yeah,
don't need
yeah,
to-
it's fine.
You
No,
sound
no,
like
to
a
roll
woman.
that. Yeah,
No,
right? Like,
guys,
no,
guys,
it's fine.
guys. I'm just in the headspace of.
You're either
working
with us or
on-
against us. What side of the table
I'm
sitting
with
on,
you.
Gideon?
Everyone, go ahead.
I think what he's meaning is that he said he had an allegory thing
But
that
no,
had
it's fine. I was just noticing that allegory says if it opens, it's best, but it should be fine so long as.
But it's open per, not for the
Right.
start of the duel, but it's per argument. So
Correct.
if we get further on and they're
Right,
low
right,
on,
Which is why
we
I'm
can
like,
start the bar
yeah.
high.
It's fine. I was just working through it and saying, yeah,
Yeah.
it's fine. I don't have to go first. I just have to go at the beginning
Yeah.
of an argument.
Allegory is good as an opener, but logic is also good as an opener.
hmm
And I think it makes sense, realistically, for somebody to explain what's going on right now.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
like I
but-
was saying outside of the game a little bit is we'll probably have to be a little loose with the roleplay to mechanics translation. Trying to make as smooth a back and forth argument as possible while using specific tactics and checks. So don't be too worried if your argument doesn't perfectly embody one tactic. We'll have to be a little bit loose. It's the first time. It's fine. Just try to have fun.
Yeah, I just want to point out though is if we're opening with logic, Hursk has a pretty decent knowledge geography, so he's not starting lower.
Oh, I
Like
damn
Jessup's
paid
the
attention
one
to this.
with the lowest in logic
Okay.
on the chart. So I'm not saying that Hursk can't open. I just wanted to point out that
Well, and the person who technically goes first wouldn't pass, because you only get the -2 if you succeed or you beat somebody.
You only take a penalty if you win an exchange.
like you're the very last person
Oh, if
to
you're
roll.
the last person to
Yeah,
actually
you
win
are
it.
the
Oh, okay.
person who won that exchange.
So yeah,
You
I mean
take a
it's
penalty.
fine. There's no point in the first person really has no repercussions then.
Yeah.
So
Right.
all right,
So take your
we
lowest
want-
guy with no repercussions to take
Wait.
the lead.
Well, why would we not want Hursk to roll? He's got a history of -1. Sarah.
He's not doing.
He's not
Oh,
doing
I'm
history.
looking at
That's not
allegory.
allegory.
I'm-
Yeah,
I'm doing
logic.
logic.
He's got a +11. That's why I was
Right.
saying.
Jessup gets confused by Excel
So,
spreadsheets.
The mayor
Opening-
says that's a very convincing argument.
Yeah.
We just exit the room and we come back in and we're like, "Oh, hello, we're here.
And no.
Let's just reset
I
this
see
whole
what you're
thing."
So we can start with, I mean, I can go with my +8 if you want.
Okay.
To start off with local.
You can either start off or you can have her start off. I don't care. Who wants to go?
Team?
Yeah,
Team.
let Hursk do it.
Team.
Yeah.
Team.
Hursk? Do what?
Didn't he say he was going to open with geography?
Yeah, with logic.
Yeah.
Well, I
Go
think
for it.
that
Right, but I think what Sarah was saying was that Hursk actually has a decent logic
right.
modifier, so it'd be best to go with something lower and then still have Hursk go on early, but maybe not first.
Yeah, because basically what we want to do is bait the NPCs into thinking they can beat us in a round. Because the more times that we go back and forth, the ante gets increased. Then we can potentially win and collect that ante and deteriorate the determination. If we start off stupid high, they might just forsake us, give us an edge, and then not forego, and then they can start their own. So
But
it's
if
like
we
almost-
win an
we wanna
argument,
build it up.
doesn't that hurt their determination nonetheless?
But
Winning an
only by
argument
the-
will
by-
hurt their
by the ante.
determination, and if you win an argument, you get an edge, a general edge.
Did we know their determination? Like, we know ours.
You do not.
We
So,
don't know what theirs is.
Isn't it better, if I'm understanding it right, just to open with your strongest? Why would you go the other way?
Because if you keep opening with the strongest, you draw out the duel longer, and you start taking penalties for winning over and over again.
'Cause if we win, say we start off with my highest skill, just to say, and I roll a nat 20 or something ridiculous, and I get a 36, they might just concede, which I think, Jason, if they concede, then that person doesn't get an edge. Wasn't there something like that?
No, I believe you would still get an edge, but they would only take one.
Right, so they
one
would only lose
damage.
one determination, which we don't know what theirs is, and Jessup is going to take a -2.
So we
to
want
all
to
those rolls, or just that
increase the
specific
ante,
Correct.
so we can get it as high.
It's like poker. We want to
Yes.
keep bluffing, and we want them to keep buying
It's
in,
like
and
poker.
then we
Poker.
all in.
You want to
beat.
increase the ante as much as possible while not losing.
So if we start low, that's going to entice them to roll better. And then when we know, at least the benefit we have is if we go first, we set the DC, they beat us, we then know what their DC is. And then we can look at, okay, who's got a bonus?
Because if
that
we
can-
set
we
the
know is gonna
DC
be
too
theirs.
high, it might just be impossible, and then that's
Yeah,
it.
they might just be like, okay, well, I'm not even going to try. I'm not going to risk increasing the ante to counter that. I'm
That's
just
why
gonna-
theoretically we could start with Hursk doing allegory with his knowledge history at a -1, because then he's basically rolling with a 1, and that just sets the bar right off the gate, and then he's already gone.
Yeah, it's up
Okay.
to you.
So the only difference is allegory special. It's saying it increases the current ante by 2. So if you do win an allegory, they won't get an edge. They'll lose 2 instead of the 1 determination for like whatever ante you had already started at. Because everything starts at 1 to risk.
So as soon as you make your opening gambit, the ante increases to 1. The ante will then increase every time somebody decides to counter.
Got you. And then if they don't, it would increase the currency exchange ante by 2 before.
Yeah,
your
so
bonus.
if they decide not to counter, they would take 3 because of that special quality of
So that's
allegory.
still a pretty strong opening. We
Yeah,
don't
so
know
maybe
what-
we should start with allegory. I guess it doesn't matter, because the lowest is Kieran or Hursk, so I think either of them probably could go.
I think
Yeah.
Hursk has a decent allegory story he could use.
Okay.
Sarah, you look conflicted.
I guess where I'm getting confused is we open with allegory. That doesn't mean that for that exchange we all have to roll our allegory, right? We
No.
choose different tactics.
Correct.
Right.
So
Right.
why are we starting with allegory?
For the benefits it's giving.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
allegory-
we don't care about benefits in the first roll, right? Like we want it to be low.
Well, no. So under allegory, it specifically says if you use allegory in the open of exchange, which this would be, your opponent chooses to end the exchange rather than attempt to counter your allegory, increase the exchange ante by 2 before your opponent's determination is reduced.
So
instead of
it's
gaining an
so it's
edge.
an easy gambit for where we'll at least get 3, and if they respond and like Hursk opens, we know that Gideon can fold a very high hand at the end. So we start with low, low, low. We at least get 3 if they don't choose to fight it. If they do choose to fight it, Gideon can win this.
But you will not get that benefit if you try to
No.
win with
It's
allegory.
only
Right.
if Hursk wins with
Well, Hursk
allegory.
can't win. They'd have to fold, right?
Yeah, they have
if
to
your
fold.
if your goal is to make them fold, then you'd want your highest allegory.
Yeah.
That is if your goal is to make them fold right away.
Fold in the very beginning.
Because
That's why
otherwise,
I don't see the benefit of him having to start with allegory. Like
Okay.
he could start with a lower roll in one of the other ones too. But if you've got a good allegory,
otherwise,
Hursk, then I say go for it.
It'll go back and forth, like 1, 2, 3. Yep. It would have to go all the way up to 4. I'm not sure. I don't know how many times it's going to go around an exchange, but in my opinion, to be able to just get 3 out of the way doesn't sound like a bad choice either.
You mean for you to go allegory right from the get-go, you mean?
I don't, yeah, or whoever, but I mean, let's say Hursk does, and then Kieran responds, and then Gideon does.
Kieran's point, if the goal is to make them fold immediately, then we would theoretically want our highest allegory person to go, just to set the bar high enough that they just say, screw it, we don't want to bother, and then they lose 2 determination right from the get-go.
3. They would lose 3 determination.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then Gideon would take a -2 for the rest of the duel.
For allegory.
Or I think it's for anything.
Yeah, you would take a -2 for all of your skills for the rest of the duel.
Yeah.
So
if you win an exchange, you in general are less persuasive for the rest of the duel.
Oh, that's really weird. Okay, so you have to time when you want to win. How much? Give me a heads up. Like, how much determination do we have?
You have 10.
10.
So even if they have 15, though. Okay. This is too gamey, I think.
No, I think once we get
making
into
it too gamey.
I think we're just getting hung up on stuff.
You're making it too gamey. I don't think it's that bad.
All right. So what do you think, Sarah? You seem to be pretty.
I think you guys just need to make a decision and roll with it.
Roll it. Yeah, get it rolling. Let's do this.
Yeah, I would like to almost lean more heavily on role play. So like, if you've got a cool role play thing, I say go for it, and we'll just make the skills work, and it'll be fun.
That's how I'm feeling. I don't have to go first, though. That said, like, I just have something ready for that. So
if you want to do it, basically, I think Jessup can just go straight up logic with my +8 just for roleplay. This is where we're at. This is what's going on. Here's the layout of the land. There we go.
I would say Jessup presents the case and then says, "This is Kieran. He's been with me since the beginning. This is Hursk. We just met him. This is Gideon, a former Knight of Vigil who's come down." Just kind of sets the stage as opening remarks, kind of thing.
Do you want Jessup to do it, or do you want to do it then?
Yes,
no, I think
Jessup.
I think Jessup.
No, I know. I'm just picking.
I think Jessup 100% should do it, since he knows these people too.
So I will roll logic, but Maya, Tom, Crowbert, and the other advisors here, we've traveled through the Fangwood. The Ranger posts have been dismantled by the Ironfang Legion. They apparently have attacked and destroyed Phaendar. And we have found reason to believe, with some notes, hostages. Well, not hostages. That's probably bad. But we have, captives that saying that Longshadow is in an imminent danger in about 11 days. If we don't do something about this, I could heavily roleplay more, but I'm going to leave more for argument's sake.
Yeah, you'll want to do just kind of bits and pieces as you do it.
Yeah. So that's kind of quickly. Boom. This is where we're at. So then I will just do a straight D20 and
D20 +8.
+8. Oh, okay. You want to do it that way?
Yeah, that's probably the easiest way to do it. Okay, 13.
Terrible.
Do you want to use your edge, or are you going to save that for later?
I mean, I don't really feel like there's a reason to start that high.
Okay.
Is there, guys? I mean,
no.
I don't. I mean, I'm not needing to beat anybody, so I don't. I mean, just setting the bar.
Okay. The Solomon Zane will actually step up, and he will say, "Mayor, with all due respect, I understand that this man is of an influential figure, and he has been with the Rangers for a long time. I know that there is some weight behind his words, but I believe that he has been retired for a long time, and his words could be misconstrued by the people if we were to heed his warning and start making preparations all of a sudden, saying that there's an attack incoming. The people would panic, and I think that would do far more harm than it would do good, especially assuming that his information might not be valid." And he is going to do an emotional appeal to try to convince the mayor that the people will be negatively impacted if they hear about some attack and it's panicking them and so on. So he will roll his emotional appeal. The special interaction here is that emotional appeal gains a +2 bonus when used to counter logic presence, or rhetoric. And successfully countering with an emotional appeal increases the ante by an additional 1. So the ante was 1 when you made your exchange. He has chosen to counter. The ante is now 2. He will make his roll. That was a total of a 20.
Oof.
The ante, because he successfully countered, is now 3. You can choose to counter. If you do, the ante will immediately become 4, and then you roll your check and see if you succeed.
And what will be
Or
the
you
DC?
can end what?
What will be the DC?
The DC is 20. He rolled a 20. That set the DC now, so you have to beat his 20.
Okay, I'm seeing how this is coming together.
So, who would like to respond to his appeal that revealing all this information would just cause a panic amongst the people, essentially?
Oh boy, this is so scary.
So looking at it,
I mean, logic's out of the question.
I mean, how do we determine who responds?
better presence.
That's up to you.
We just choose as a group. So now it's basically we look through and see how do we want to counter that. So our
Yeah,
goal is
figure
basically
out how you want to counter it. If you have a good idea, go ahead and
So if
say
we want
I'd,
to counter,
I'd like to do something, and then go
if
for
we
it.
want to counter, Andy goes to 4.
Yep.
Right, and then we roll and need to basically beat a 20. So we have to get a 21 or more.
Mhm.
Yes.
So in this case, I don't think there's anything that really helps counter emotional appeal positively.
No, but
I don't
rhetoric
believe so.
is generally a safe bet we can use.
Rhetoric. So since rhetoric involves subtle word choices that most audience don't notice consciously,
Yes.
it's very rare for an audience to have negative. So it's basically no plus or
Rhetoric is
minus.
essentially the baseline. There's no bonuses. There's no penalties. It's rare for there to be negative biases. It's just like your static, fallback. Don't
So
have to think too hard
rhetoric-
when using rhetoric.
So, I mean, Gideon, you have a rhetoric of 14 if you wanted to try to counter that. So you can roll a 7 or higher.
And keep in mind, you have edges.
I
If
mean, you
need
have
to use
wit.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Wit, you can take a +2 on.
You can take a +2 on wit. If you fail, it
Yeah.
has penalties. It
Yeah, you
can be
lose one
dangerous to do
combination.
that.
I think
Uh,
I've got something I can do for rhetoric.
Okay.
Well, do we want to... give us your idea before we confirm or deny.
I would say because this is a group discussion and you're not discussing things in real time,
Yeah.
if you have something you want to do, say so and go for it. Rather than saying, I want to say this
Okay.
and discussing it, just be like, I would like to take this one.
I'd
and
like
go
to take
for
this
it.
one. I think I have a response.
Okay.
He'll introduce himself to the court. I am Gideon Everstand, a servant of Milani, holistically dedicated to her will. I am not Nirmathi, but I fight for your cause. You might not know Milani's holy tenets or her teachings in the light of hope, but I can assure you, she, and I, by extension, are devoted first to freedom. Despite being an outsider, I am an ally committed to Nirmathi's way of life. I have promised my shield to your cause. But I must ask for your cooperation now. Please hear my plea. Do not
Okay.
abandon hope. We must stand together strong to defend Nirmathis. One must know their strengths and faults. Take advantage of their strengths, compensate for their faults, and push past despair and weakness to achieve victory. Even if there is a panic to start, the Nirmathi are strong and will push through. That's his argument.
Okay.
So what
Roll
what was
your
that?
Rhetoric.
Assume it was that.
D20 plus 14.
I'm just going to type that because I don't have that
Okay.
anywhere.
That's fine.
1
That's the easiest way to do it, I think.
plus 14, and we're hoping for 20 or higher.
Yep.
21
Well,
or
you're
higher.
looking for a 21 or higher.
Ooh.
Oh.
So that's where we're going to want
So
to use
that is
edge.
a
Edge.
natural 2 for a 16.
So an
you
edge-
can roll an edge.
Yeah, I'll roll an edge.
So we
Okay,
can only
so-
we have 5 edges, I believe.
6.
Yes. You have 5 general edges, and then a
Five.
bunch of you have
Gotcha.
specific ones. So one of your general edges you can use.
Yeah. I
And if
think
we
it's-
win the exchange feasibly, then we gain that edge back.
If you win, yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, that's pretty
Yep.
useful. All right. Here we go.
Oh my gosh.
How
you
is
can
that
do
possible?
it again. You can keep rolling edges until you win.
Do we
We-
get them all? We don't get them all back, do we?
You don't
You
get
just
them
get
all
one.
back. You get one edge if you win an exchange.
So that.
I mean,
Come- I mean,
you have to. The ante's 4.
yeah.
yeah.
It's
That's almost
4.
half. That's almost half of our determination.
Can somebody
Yeah.
else
You guys-
roll
you
this?
guys succeeded. You guys
No,
succeeded in
you
your
wanted
poker
to do
plan.
it, dude. You roll it.
You succeeded in your poker plan of making the ante high. Now you have to do the second half of
No
that.
way.
Oh
No,
my
What
gosh.
is
come
going
on!
on?
Okay, for those listening, he rolled a natural 2, followed by a natural 2, followed by a natural 1.
Josh,
That is-
you are killing us right now.
I would like to point out I rolled a natural 2 on my check, so we've just all been rolling really low in general. So
I feel like
Sorry, but you have to, man. Like 4 determination's going to be gone if you don't make the check, so you have
Yeah.
to use another one.
I'm sorry, guys. I did
Wait,
not
how are we already at 2?
because
Where-
he
Oh, I
had
see.
5 and he rolled 3
I'm sorry.
times.
if
2.
you
Yeah.
re-roll it now, you'll have 2 left.
Oh,
Yes,
right,
if you
right,
rerolled
okay.
it now, right? Because we should have 3 until he rolls.
Yes.
Well, it's
Which you
one,
have to.
One was the initial roll, then 2
Yep.
for then 1 for a reroll, 1 for a reroll.
Yep.
And we had
Yeah.
5.
So you have 3, but if you re-roll it
3.
again, you'll have 2 left.
Right. But
You
you're,
have to.
you're gonna have to re-roll, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Come on, man.
This is phenomenal.
Oh my gosh, are you serious? We're gonna use all our edges on the
It's
first
a natural 5 for a 19. You have 1 general edge. No, you have
2. 2.
2 general edges.
Yes, you have re-rolled three times. You have 2 general edges left.
It's unbelievable. That was a natural 5.
I don't
I mean, he
know what-
has to, right? Like he has to. Like 4
Statistically
determination.
speaking, one of those should have been a success.
I don't
but
normally get upset about dice. This is not what the realm
I know you're upset.
of I'm kind of live it.
But it's 4
I
rolls.
thought this was going to be an easy check because it's a 20. But
Right.
yeah.
And he has a plus 14.
Yeah,
plus
this is-
14.
All right,
You just have to roll a
just-
7.
roll it one more time. This makes me want to throw up.
I
But
know,
I-
right?
There we go.
Okay.
Finally. Okay. All
So
right.
you have 1 general edge remaining.
1
2.
general edge.
If we win this, we'll get 1 back.
If you win, you'll get 1 back. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you make your
really
appeal.
insane.
You make your appeal. Oh boy.
Barely.
Now Hursk wants to come in with mockery. Let's do this.
Hursk is just gonna bust in with his bow.
I got to be honest. That did not go how I thought it would. I
I
also
don't
thought
think it did.
I also
Not for any
thought
of
that
us.
was a pretty
Nope.
well
You
structured response, and as far as roleplay goes, coupled with.
Yeah.
I mean, I needed to roll a
So-
7. I needed to roll a 7.
Yep.
Well,
That hurt.
let's see what they do. So Garrett Greygallow will step up and he will look to the mayor and say, "Mayor, we don't know this gentleman. He says that he's on our side, but forgive me if I'm mistaken, but we have not established that we have a need of sides quite yet. He seems to be jumping the gun there. I don't know what their motive is here, but something about it seems rather suspicious to me. I mean, no offense, of course." And he will try. I'm gonna try. I think this is the right one.
Red herring.
Yeah. He's gonna try a red herring to de-escalate, and then be able to start the next exchange. Yeah, next exchange.
you sound like a cat.
So nervous. Okay, so he is going to do the +4 on the associated skill check. If he succeeds, instead of continuing and escalating the exchange as normal, he will reduce the ante to 0 and automatically win the exchange. Unlike normal, he will start the next exchange. So there will be no damage dealt. He will still get that edge for winning the exchange, and he'll start off. So he's trying to basically get out of this without taking
Yeah,
damage.
he realizes that this might be a legitimate critique. So okay. The system's coming together a little bit.
So
It's just
he's
a
going to
rolling.
roll.
Natural one.
I think his chances of beating this DC are identical to your chances of beating that DC.
No. Please tell me a natural one.
No, it's gonna be stupid high. It's gonna be like 32.
He rolls and gets a 33.
Holy bonkers.
And the mayor kind of nods and he says, yes, I appreciate your concern, fine knight. I think we perhaps need to set the groundwork here and agree on this battle you seem to be expecting before we start assuming sides. And that will reduce the ante to 0, so you don't take any damage. But you have lost those edges. And they gain one general
They gain
edge.
now an edge.
Yeah, which was quite a cost.
So we're at square one.
You're at square one,
we're
and
down
they're
4
starting
edges, and
this
they're up
one.
1.
And they're starting this one. So
I mean, we had to, otherwise we would have lost 4 guys. I mean,
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I totally
Yeah.
stand by
No,
it.
and I stand by my decision. I don't think it was
Yeah.
the wrong gamble. I mean, what do you do?
No.
You don't
No.
fold when you've got
Yeah.
4 to a flush with
Yeah.
30% odds. Like
Yeah.
you
That's just the person sitting behind the roll 20 desk that's like, I'm gonna make these guys really mad, and I'm just
I
gonna
gotta
push
be honest
them.
though, I am having an absolute blast. This has almost got more tension than combat. Like this is
I know, right?
Like
So I went through, I decreased all of Garrett's stats by 2 because he won that exchange, so he takes the penalty on everything.
right.
Take that,
So-
Garrett.
Yes.
He's not, well, he could still hit a 33. He's probably not going to hit another 33. He rolled fairly high on that one.
That was also a ridiculous string of what? Are you kidding?
That was poor luck, yeah. So opening the next exchange, I think we're going to go with Solomon Zane again, and he's going to start off with Allegory. And he is going to say, might I remind you of a story that we often like to tell? Longshadow has weathered its fair share of attacks, and have you heard the story of the boy who cried ogre? It's a popular one. It started to circulate after that ogre attack 15 years ago. Basically, it talks about a boy who's going around town saying that there's an ogre attack, when in reality there is no ogre attack. Town folks get all riled up, they prepare themselves for battle, they sally out, and they find that there's nothing there. And, well, let me just say, I feel like that we might be in a similar situation. At the very least, I think that we can glean some insight from that story, and perhaps we should take some time to verify any claims before we commit to these requests. And he will roll an allegory. There's no bonuses or penalties to that. Okay, that is a daunting 12 to the DC. So he now passes it over to you. You can end the exchange right now, or you can counter. If you counter, the ante goes to 2, and you have to beat a DC 12. Ryan, you beat a DC 12.
I have something I could do for rhetoric. Is that a bad thing to do with allegory?
No. Logic would be a good thing if you could do it. We'll get an interaction. Well, we're not opening it. But it doesn't
Logic
take
would give you neither
penalty,
bonuses nor penalties.
But if
It's
you
not
win
up
an
there.
exchange with logic, you'll gain 1 edge. That you
I
can
mean,
use.
logic is my highest one, so I can pull that out now if we want to. But
this is probably the only one that Hursk will be able to win.
like I
given the
said,
situation.
DC 12. So
Yeah.
go for it, Hursk.
Hursk
you just have to hit a 13.
11, so
Yeah, so you have to roll a 2.
like a 2 or better.
Yeah,
don't
so-
roll
or higher.
three,
So
two
roll,
nat ones.
role play, then roll. So like, what is your response?
Yeah, so knowledge geography on the response here is what you're looking for.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead
So
and respond to his tale of the ogres.
Hursk will say, Your Honorable Mayor, why am I doing the Southern? See, now you got me in the Southern, and
You
Hursk all
see-
of a sudden is mocking
It's
him.
just
So
Cow.
easy. You see,
It
I have
is.
such a smooth tongue.
Slipped right into it.
It's got a
Anyway,
little-
Your Honorable Mayor, I was so in the from the area, and I know most of the area, and I remember that ogre attack. And while Longshadow's currently not suffering, I am from the area, and several of the towns surrounding this area have been raided recently, and people have been killed, and they will look to Longshadow for leadership. All throughout the Hollow Hills, there are several groups and factions of people that are going to rally to Longshadow for defense against the Ironfang Legion. So while you might think we're crying wolf, the evidence surrounding the Hollow Hills says quite different.
I want so hard to have Solomon
Red herring. You
respond.
said wolf?
Yeah, I'm so hard to counter and be like, good sir, I would ask that you do not misrepresent my point. I was crying ogre, not wolf.
Ogre, not wolf. Sorry.
I wanted so
Crying
bad. But,
ogre.
You can do
Yeah.
that, and it's not a legitimate response. That's the banter. There you go. Oh, yes.
Yeah,
alright.
so go ahead and roll your check.
1d20 plus 11, right?
Yes, you have a plus 11.
Okay, so we shouldn't. No, we can fail.
We can.
Just don't talk, Josh.
You can.
Don't jinx us.
Oh,
There we go.
Okay. A 26. Not bad.
Not bad.
Definitely beats a 12.
All right,
So-
Hursk it out.
You say this, and the mayor kind of nods and he says, yes, well, we have heard some reports. That is true. What do you have to say for that? He looks to his advisors. And so you responded with logic. What would be a good one to respond to logic?
Logic.
Nothing. Logic is the end all be all.
I could just do emotional appeal again. And that is his highest one. And he does have an edge now.
And he would get a +2 bonus against us.
Yeah. So Solomon Zane is actually going to respond right back to you with an emotional appeal again. And he's going to be like, Mayor, he makes a very fine point. There are plenty of people along the Hollow Hills that do look for us for defense. But we also have to look at the defense of our own people. We can't just have our militia be sallying out to the various towns throughout the area and risk leaving ourselves undefended and the people here undefended. They rely on us for defense just as much as the other members of the Hollow Hills rely on us. And he will attempt to counter you. So the ante, you made it 2, it's his. He's increasing the ante to 3 and trying to counter. Gets a +2.
Come on.
Okay.
Come on.
He rolls a... Goodness. He's got a high bonus.
Oh boy.
That with the +2 for countering logic without emotional appeal, he gets a 29.
Oh boy, we're doing so well.
Like, we would all need to be face characters. There's like 3 face characters we're going up against. And we have like 1.5.
Yeah, so I'll just a little bit behind the scenes. They only have a single skill at +16, which is the one he just rolled. That is the only skill they have that high. Their lowest skill is now a 0. So it ranges just like yours does. On average, you actually have higher skills, but that is
So
their
it's one of those
particularly
things
highest
where-
ones.
Well,
So, a couple options. You could also try to red herring to reduce this one, and you'd get another edge back if you win. You get a +4 for trying to do so. Or you can try to counter it legitimately, and if you beat that DC, they will struggle.
so
Oh,
if we counter, it goes to what? 4?
30?
If you
No,
choose to
counter,
counter,
With the ante.
Oh.
the ante will increase to 4. If you choose to concede, you will take 3 damage to your determination, but all of his bonuses will decrease by 2, so he'll have a lower stats all around.
But also remember that successfully countering with an emotional appeal increases the exchange's ante by an additional 1. So if we concede, we'll take that fuller damage.
Yes, successfully countering with an emotional appeal increases by 1. So the ante is currently 4, it will become 5.
If we concede.
Yes. No, if you concede, it's 4. If you counter, it'll be 5.
Ah.
Right.
So it's up to you.
Oh
But-
boy.
If I am reading this correctly, if we were to counter that with red herring, like if Jessup counted that with red herring, he'd have a
Yes.
plus 20 to his roll.
He can choose to take a plus 20 with the hopes of ending the exchange, taking no damage, winning. You'll get an edge,
And we go back to another fight.
and you start the next one.
Yeah,
But
we got
Jessup takes a -2 then, so now my
You
highest
would
bonus
take a
is
-2.
14.
You would take a -2. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not
up to you.
great.
and Jessup wouldn't take the -2. Kieran would, right?
No, Jessup would, because he's the
If
one.
Jessup's the one winning, it would be.
I was
him.
saying Jessup is rolling this. Kieran doesn't. Kieran can't counter this. I would have to roll really high, and I can't. So either have to concede or Jessup
Or
has
red herring.
to
To reset it. Yeah.
try to reset it,
Red-
and then
Or go gangbusters.
And
Try
you
to beat
roll above a 15 is the best choice you have.
So 29. So he has Jessup's. Amongst you've got a couple plus 16s. So you'd have to roll a
I'd roll 11.
14 at least.
I think. I mean, all we're risking by him doing that's
What's it- it's a
what an
29,
extra
right?
+1 to
The
the
DC is
determination.
currently 29.
Oh, you're right. I don't know why I was thinking. Oh, because Kieran was talking about the 20.
So you have to get a 30 or higher to either counter or end the
We're
exchange.
not just
with red
risking a
herring.
+1, Justin. If we red herring and win, we don't take any damage.
No, that's what I'm saying. So like we have the benefit of possibly not taking any damage, or the risk of losing, and we take 1 additional to the 4, so we take 5 total.
Right, so
If
you're
we
saying
lose.
red herring is what we have to do here.
Yeah, because I mean we're only risking 1 additional
Right.
determination.
We don't
one end.
counter and keep trying to win the
And again,
exchange.
if you
No.
win, you'll get an edge back.
Right. So I
Right,
agree
so-
with that. So you have to think of something unrelated to argue.
Red herring.
What is the last thing he said? Oh, we don't have an obligation to all the people in the Ermithos.
Well, no,
just our
he
citizens.
said he's right. We have an obligation, but we also have an obligation here. We cannot spread our forces too thin and leave ourselves undefended. The people who rely on us on town. That's basically his argument. He's thinking about this town specifically.
Gotcha.
Again,
Even though Hursk's argument wasn't that he marched the army out, it was that people are going to come to the town.
yeah. Like I said, you gotta. It's a little
So
loose.
it's actually red herring.
Yeah,
a little
bit.
loose.
Yeah.
You gotta be a little loose. It's hard to make it 1-to-1, but Gideon has left the debate.
Is
Yeah,
that
he's
what you
like-
guys are wanting me to do? Just to roll a red herring?
I mean, unless you think you can counter.
It's up to you. If you roll a red herring and get that +4, you only have to roll a 10. So 50.
I mean,
50.
I don't know. It's up to you guys.
No, it's up to you. You're going. You make the decision.
It's your
Fine.
call.
Doesn't
It's your
have to be.
call. Nope,
It
it's
doesn't
your
have to
call.
be you.
No,
but-
it doesn't. I just will definitely not win with my bonuses.
Right, like
Most likely.
Hursk and Kieran are pretty much out of this one.
I mean,
Yeah.
so I guess my thoughts, just to throw it out there before I decide, because I guess it's stuck on me anyway, is we could do the red herring, fine, +4, makes it a little bit easier for DC to potentially beat. We get an edge. Downside, Jessup's max goes down. Jason, graciously told us that their max is a 16.
with
so at
one
some
skill.
point, right, with one skill. So it's, I don't know. It's almost just like, yeah, I think we need to counter, but it's, do we
Sure.
risk for the gusto?
We also
'Cause-
only have 10 health. So realistically, we can lose 3 arguments before we're dead. So we have to think about it in those terms a little bit as well. So I say if we have the opportunity to negate damage...
It's just we have to be a little safer, I think, just because unfortunately we blew through so many of our.
Right?
We've got to play it safe. We've got to... All right. Okay, we didn't win that exchange. Let's try to anti-higher. Let's try to set a higher DC on the next one against them.
And so we're sitting at, just to recap, we're sitting at
Charging
one
battery.
general edge.
Yes.
Kieran has 1 edge for diplomacy,
Yes.
and Jessup has 4 edges for 4 different
No,
knowledge.
he
No, I
has
only have
2
2.
knowledges.
Okay.
So I
And
only have an
Gideon
edge on
also
some
has
rolls.
1 knowledge. He has an edge on allegory for knowledge religion.
Okay.
Listen,
And
I
you
believe in Jessup. I think he's got this.
Two
Risk it
for
for the
what?
biscuit. I don't know. Counter. Do it. I believe in you.
Hey, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with the gusto, too.
Yeah, I believe in Jessup. And I won't feel bad if you don't.
Sarah?
It's up to you. I think this is fun, and I want you to have fun. So do what
Yep.
your heart tells you to do.
That's hard because Brandon has
I'm
fun
having
when
fun.
He wins,
I
but
just
you
feel
just
like-
don't know that until the end.
I feel
Yeah.
like there's something very interesting happening here. I really am thinking about the language and the choice, and I feel like it's slowing down time like you would in an actual argument. Just try to like quickly formulate your thought and how you
So I
respond.
guess, yeah. So let me just look through some of the ones that I have a 16 on. So I
say
can't.
6 seconds is the best way to think about it, though. Like he's just said something, you can't stand there forever.
Yeah, but I gotta see
Okay.
what all the specials do. I don't
That's
have
true.
memorized what they all do.
That's true.
You didn't memorize the verbal duels?
I'm sorry.
You
How
knew you'd be
dare
our ringer. Like, how dare you?
For your 16s, the important ones are, if you counter with baiting, almost everything takes a penalty against baiting except for presence. You can't open with baiting though.
Well, the only thing I was debating to use baiting is because then my baiting wouldn't suffer the normal -2 penalty for future associated checks for winning the exchange. So if I win, I wouldn't get a
wanna go that way.
-2 moving forward.
If you want to go that way, you do still have a general edge.
And then presence. Well, I don't think because he did. What was it, Jason? Emotional appeal. Because nothing
Emotional
counters
appeal.
emotional
Yes, he did an emotional appeal. There's nothing that
Directly
specifically
counters
counters that.
Presence regains his HP, basically. Red herring is the one that we said they countered, and then wit is. Oh, when using wit, you can choose to gain a +2 bonus. If you do so and fail the associated check, decrease your determine. Okay, so you're sacrificing potentially 1 health.
So
for 2
you get
bonus.
you get a +2, but if you fail, bad stuff happens.
Okay.
Like extra bad stuff happens.
Screw it. Whatever. Jessup's gonna go for baiting.
Okay.
So
All
Okay.
right.
who
I'm
Plus
feeling it.
16 to this.
was that? Solomon. Who said
Yeah,
that last?
Solomon Zane made that
So,
argument.
Jessup will look at Solomon and be like, "Do you really want to risk you potentially having the whole city crumble just because you don't want to help protect others, but you'd rather protect yourself?"
That's a good bait. Well,
That's a good
okay.
bait.
that's a good bait. That's actually like you did it.
Well, we'll
You can
see.
roll your check.
Oh! Yes!
Goodness.
Yes! That's what I'm
Wow.
talking about. We believe in Jessup in this household.
Wow.
Shit.
Woo! What's getting on here?
So take.
done.
No, I'm not gonna.
Well done. Yeah.
That was
Um,
a 30.
And look at that, the gusto, the gumption.
I
Yeah.
was like, chef.
Don't
kiss.
play it. Don't play it. Don't play
I
it.
said
Steve.
that
Take it
was
to him, Jessup.
that was some good soup. That was a fantastic like role
I
play.
mean, I just beat it,
rebuttal
though.
too. Yeah.
yeah, you just beat it.
I feel like
Oh, hey,
Um,
that's what it is.
yeah.
you see so you have just increased the ante to 5?
5.
5. You see that the mayor is there and he lets out a very telling like a just like a thought. And you can see that the cleric there is he kind of takes a step back. He says, "My apologies. I did not mean to make the impression that I was only caring for myself. I'm looking after the people of this here town. I don't want you to think that I'm only looking after myself. I do care for the people out there, by all means. My apologies." And he's going to concede. He's not going to try to beat
Roll
a
presents,
30.
roll presents, roll presents.
A word.
So they've lost 4
No, take
HP, right?
Stop goading him on.
They've
Do
lost
not
4
goad him. Take
determination.
him.
It's fun.
They lost. Yes, so they lose the ante from their determination, and you get another edge back because you won that exchange.
And that's
So you're now at-
that's a community edge, right?
Let me just see. Winning.
Additionally,
exchange.
if your opponent ends an exchange rather than counter your baiting doesn't suffer the normal -2 penalty
Right.
on fees.
So I don't know if it's specific to baiting or none of my checks get a -2 now.
So those general rules are kind of under the
Yeah.
regular verbal duels, which is 1-to-1. With a team battle, I'm going to change it so none of yours take the -2. So
Okay.
rather than you taking a -2 on that skill, It's the character does not take the -2, so you're
So,
good.
like, best possible outcome there.
Yeah, so that was like a perfect
No
outcome.
negative, got an
Right.
edge back, and knocked him for 4 HP.
Hey,
Yeah, I
good
want
call,
to say-
Justin. Way to go, Brandon. Well done, Hursk and Jessup.
I'm trying to search for it. I want to say if you win the exchange, you get a general edge, rather than because logic specifically says that if you win with logic, you get an
Yeah.
edge specifically for logic. So
Yeah.
I think if you win an exchange in general, you get a general edge. So you now have 2 general edges,
Okay.
and you have decreased their
Boy.
determination, and they will now have the chance to counter because they lost that exchange.
So they
No,
open.
they give up. They
Yes,
give up.
They'll open the next exchange.
So at least they have 5 HP. We know that.
Yep.
Yep.
So
what's he a cleric of, by the way? Abadar?
Abadar, yes.
So,
Ugh,
question
gross.
to throw that out there. What happens if can you ante more than your current determination?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
that's like super ballsy, but
Right.
You can do it.
you can
Right,
try.
but if you had like 1 HP left, I mean,
You might as well.
there's no reason not.
Yeah,
to
you might
Yeah.
as well. Go.
Yeah, it's like, hey, I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna lose gloriously.
Yep.
We're kicked
Yeah.
out of town. We're kicked out of Longshadow.
I've been kicked out of my own house.
Yeah.
So, Seneca Volstat will actually open this next exchange, and she will. Let me just figure out which one she's gonna start with. Okay. It says, Mayor, I think there's good points being given on both sides here. My argument is simply one for time. It seems rather sudden and abrupt that they've come with this dire circumstances. They're saying that we have only so much time, and I would just like for us to spend a day or two, some time just verifying things, making sure that everything is on the up and up. I'm not trying to besmirch their character, but just verifying that what they say is true, that the information they have has not been misleading them in any way. Just time to come to a good conclusion with informed decisions. And she will roll logic to open this exchange. So, opening the exchange with logic gives her a +2. So the starting DC will be... That's a good starting DC. Cat, if you knock over my monitor, I swear... That's right. Okay. Sorry about that. Starting DC will be 24. The ante is 1. The ball is in your court. You can either attempt to counter, increase the ante to 2, and if you fail, you take 2 damage. Or you can concede, take 1 damage, and then you get to start right away.
And we give her -2.
You give her a -2, and she gets an edge.
What is it that she opened with?
She
the
would
logic?
get 2 edges. Correct?
What was the DC?
Well, she
She
would
would
get
get
a
2
specific edge
edges.
to logic,
She
and
would-
then make it
yes.
1 general edge.
So she used logic to open. She got a 24, so the DC is 24. You have to get a 25 or higher. And if you concede, you'll take 1 damage. She will take a -2 on all of her checks, and she will gain edges. But you'll only take 1 determination damage, and you'll get to start right away. You get to open the next encounter.
So then we
the
could
next
open.
exchange.
We could open.
So
You
now
can
we
open
should
the next
do
exchange.
we should do theirs and do the emotional appeal, because then we get a +2 bonus to counter logic.
You could do that.
They've done that to us, and
It's
we
up to you.
increase the ante to them.
It's if you want to risk increasing the ante. If they can counter it, then it's back to you, and you're having to hit a big,
Right.
a high DC.
What's the
Or
DC
you
now?
can. The DC right now is 24. So if you get something and they're somehow able to beat it, it's going to be a big one.
Yeah, but we'll get.
Kieran, you have a good logic, right? You have a good logic one, right?
No, we want to counter logic.
We want to use sense motive.
Oh.
Or not sense motive. Emotional appeal.
Yeah, they used logic. You want to counter it
Yeah,
with
so
something.
No.
What was the gist of their argument?
So
we
she was
just- they need
basically
more
making an
time.
appeal for time. She's like, they're coming in with a lot of information. I want to just take a couple days, verify this, make sure that what they're saying is true, make sure that they're not being misled by the information they've found, figure things out, make an informed decision
Okay.
when we know what's going on. That's what
Iris.
her argument is,
Appeal to timing or appropriateness of something. Okay.
pretty much.
Okay. I mean,
I mean, a good emotional appeal would be that
we
you know,
don't have
they'll
time to
target
wait
people
around.
will
Yeah,
die.
people
Yeah.
are gonna die.
People are gonna die.
I
Who
said
wants
that
to? Anybody want to go for it?
Yeah,
Trying to pull up the chart again.
yeah. Whoever wants to. I mean, that's the stance Gideon would have.
Yeah.
Gideon or Jessup, I guess, if we do it.
I don't want to be responsible.
Sarah, what's your thoughts?
I think it makes more sense for Jessup to do it.
Yeah, go for it.
We do have 2 edges, so go for it, Jeff.
Jessup, you're not taking the penalties. That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
I wanted really hard to put -2s on everything, but
Well, I guess that's the big thing. Yeah. So
and that's the thing. You can't be too scared to take a penalty. Winning is more important than taking a penalty.
I think so too. You've got to go. We got to wear their determination down, because then
Because
they'll
you'd have a plus 18 if you countered with emotional appeal, correct?
correct.
Oh,
Yes.
just do that. Just go.
Yeah. So,
So
and
we would have
you,
to
you
roll
have
a
2 edges.
7?
So I mean,
Yeah.
Have
So
to roll a
Jessup
7 or
will
higher.
heal emotional appeal.
Okay.
And,
Ante becomes 2.
If I had to guess, they probably have 6 to 8 determination. That would be my guess.
So Jessup will emotional appeal and like. I completely understand that you want to take some time to kind of think things through. I understand that this is a lot to come at you, especially when just this morning your biggest concerns were about a well. And here I am telling you that it could be the end of Longshadow and all the people within it. But you have to deep down and know that we have had struggles and struggles and struggles all of our life. You know, the bound to just keep coming up.
She says, Mayor, he makes a good point about the well. We really do need to revisit the well. Wow.
oh, natural 20!
You counter
There
without
goes
emotional appeal.
2 of Jessup's points.
So
They might still attempt to counter because they don't.
Can they beat that? I don't think they could beat that if their highest is 16. Like, even with a nat 20, they can't. Yeah.
I don't think they're going to attempt
They
to
would
counter
have
that.
to, because the one guy would have to counter with a red herring, assuming that that's his highest skill at a 16 to make it a 20. He would have to roll a 19 or a 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she will nod in your direction and be like, I completely understand.
She's
It's-
on
it
our
is-
side now.
It is very important. I do understand. I was simply hoping for a chance to make sure everything was on the up and up. I mean no disrespect. And she will concede. They'll take 2 damage. And
So
they
we
will
get
start the
another
next
general
one.
edge, and
You do get another edge.
Jessup's stuff will go down by 2.
Yeah, let me decrease all them numbers.
Are you going to send us a new screenshot, or are we just going to have to remember it?
No, I'm just gonna decrease the numbers of my own. If you want me to send another screenshot.
No, I mean, if it says 16, that's what I'm going to roll.
Well, it says a different number on mine, so I'll tell you what number it is.
That's okay. I'll just write -2 on my thing here, so I remember.
Okay.
So now we get to open?
Correct.
No,
No.
because you won
Oh,
the exchange.
We won the
Oh.
exchange, so they have to open. again.
oh,
So they're opening again because they lost.
that's
Okay.
right, because they were able to do it because they did
Mhm.
red herring. It allowed them to, I think.
So Garrett Greygallow will step up, and he will make an attempt here. He'll say, Mayor, I would like to point out one thing. If this incoming attack is real and is so pressing, I would like to remind you that, I mean, you know this, of course. You're an adventurer. You've been out in the world, but Longshadow is by far the most defensible location here in Nirmathas. We have a wall for a reason. I understand that the communities out in the Hollow Hills are struggling, and I don't mean this to be harsh, but that is not anything new. We get attacked by Multhoon on a yearly basis. And if a big attack is coming, I think our walls will do us just fine. We have plenty of defenses to hold off any sort of siege. We've done it before. And that is kind of my attempt to do a wit. So he will roll. There's not really anything going on opening an exchange with this. So that is a 20. So DC 20. He opened with wit. essentially arguing that even if there is an attack incoming, they have walls. The walls have served them well in the past on multiple sieges, and that essentially the Hollow Hills is attacked all the time. It's not necessarily new that people are getting attacked now. Like he said, he doesn't want to be harsh, but this has happened before, is his argument.
Did he use a +2 bonus or anything like that for wit or anything? Or
No, I have it hard coded in actually because he won that one exchange, so the -2 is countering the +2, so it's just his normal modifier. And I don't think wit gives him any bonus when he opens. And the special doesn't make any sense if it's used as the opener.
I'm going to open it and give myself a +2 because I can't.
I'm going to open and give myself a +2 because there is no DC to fail against. So I don't think that applies when it's used to open. So just a flat DC 20. Anybody have any takers?
I mean, if nobody wants to, I think I have a response for rhetoric.
Go for it. Go for it.
Okay.
Do it.
I recognize your confidence in your walls, but like I said before, even if we cannot abandon hope, we must honestly assess our strengths and our faults, and Longshadow is in need of great bolstering if it is to defend against another attack, especially against the size of force of the Legion. And I'll roll rhetoric.
Roll your check. You have to get a 21 or higher.
Yeah, who knows? That's going to be... I haven't won one yet, so that's...
Yeah, you have a good track record in
So
these
you still
duels
got
so far.
So you still got a 14.
So I can roll a 14 still.
Yeah.
All right,
Please don't.
you only have 2 edges this
yeah.
time, right?
Yeah.
So,
You have 3 total edges.
okay,
Three
we got
now.
3.
Three now.
So,
Yeah.
oh, we'll be fine then. We'll live forever.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
24.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we do it.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah.
I think Seneca will come up with this one.
She's
And
on our
can you
side.
re-summarize your point there?
Yeah, the rhetoric was hope, strength, and weaknesses. Basically saying, I recognize your confidence, but we have to be honest about how we assess the strength of these walls. And if we're to defend against another attack, they need bolstered. We need to lobby an actual defense.
Seneca will step up and she'll say, "Good Sir Knight, I think I agree with you. I think that Longshadow could use some bolstering. But you and your companions, they look rather impressive, I might say. I'm sure that if an attack were to come, the 4 of you could lead a marvelous counterattack. Could you not?" And she will try to counter with flattery.
Cute. I like this. This is so fun.
Jessup folds. He loves flattery.
So she's going to roll a flattery.
Fail.
The DC is 24.
25.
20. Yes.
Yes, 25.
So she rolls. So the ante is now 3
Yes.
because she counters. So the
Yep.
ante is now 3. She rolls a 26.
Oh,
She successfully counters you
Gosh.
with flattery.
And flattery, also, let me just check. Rhetoric gives no associated bonuses. Flattery.
Flattery. The special things for flattery are: if you win in exchange with flattery, reduce the ante of the exchange by 2 and gain an edge that can be used with any skill in the verbal duel. So, if you concede, you'll only take 1 damage, but she'll get 2 general edges technically. A general edge for winning the duel and a general edge for winning with flattery. But you don't lose a whole lot if she wins with this.
Right. And we also get to open.
And you get
Right.
to open.
And we still have 10 determination. I don't know how much they have, but
Yeah, I would
So
I would-
we're saying that we would concede.
I'm saying that's what will happen if you choose to concede.
Yeah,
Well-
but I'm asking everybody else. Is that what they're leaning
Well,
towards?
even if we roll and lose,
I think it's just a difference of us losing 3 hit points as opposed to 2.
They have 50 determination.
'cause
I
the-
can Because I could try to counter with logic. Because flattery wasn't one of the things that you take a minus to.
No.
I have a plus 14.
Trying to hit
And-
a DC 27. And if we win, we only take 1 damage.
If you lose, you only take 1 damage.
That's what
If
I
you
mean.
if you
That's what I
win,
mean.
you don't
I
take any
missed
damage.
So I would
That
say,
would
like,
make
we keep
winning
fighting it, but if
counterintuitive.
we lose, it's not that bad. We don't
Right.
concede.
Keep fighting. Do your logic, Kieran. Let's hear it.
Yep.
Okay. So her argument was that we're good soldiers, so we can handle it if they're attacked.
The 4
Right.
of you are super impressive. You'd be able to lead a counterattack with no issue, basically.
Okay.
Wait,
All right.
actually, I
So,
have to ask, where is Titan?
He's intimidating them in the room. He is.
he's guarding the hobgoblin.
You
Yeah.
notice that the mayor has actually been looking at the bug the whole time. He's not even paying attention.
See, the verbal duel is over, and the mayor's like, "Were you guys talking about something?"
Yeah. What are you guys talking about?
I assume we've come to a decision. So
All
go
right.
ahead.
Kieran will step up and he'll say, I come from a soldier's background. I spent several years in the military. I also know quite a bit about hobgoblins. They are extremely cunning, extremely militaristic, and extremely bloodthirsty. This area is very lucrative to them. The port provides access to the Meredith River up and down. As a soldier, we were always trained you never go into battle alone. And while the 4 of us may be good fighters, it's going to take more than the 4 of us to fight against an army. We're going to need every able-bodied person to fight alongside us. Otherwise, we have no hope. We alone can't do this. Ugh. So
Roll
I
a
will-
check. You have to get a 27 or higher.
You got 3, but I think if you win this, I think we might have won.
Yeah.
I feel that in my bones.
Ooh,
All right. I
All right.
You've got some
failed on
edges.
the
Gotta
22.
use an edge.
I say use an
Okay.
edge. We push our luck a little, and then
You've
I
got
would
3.
Yeah, and then after that, I'd say.
Oh my
just take
gosh.
Okay.
So
You
I
can
rolled
use
a
another
22
one.
and then a 23.
You have to get a 27.
Or we could just take the damage. Is fine too, depending on how precious you think anti versus.
I feel like we should
domination
try one more.
Well, if they
I
take,
think we should take
if we
one more.
take the damage, they'll get 2 edges.
Yeah, I think
Essentially.
we should try one more.
Sure.
Why not?
Let's see how it
We've
goes.
got 2 left. Let's see what happens.
Roll big, Kieran.
Come on, Kieran. There
There
you
you
go.
go. There you go.
You have 1 general edge remaining.
Yep.
Okay. So the ante is now 4, and it is back on their side.
They're
And
red herring us again.
could.
actually, the priest is going to step up, and he's going to try.
Good. I've got something for the priest.
He's going to try his Hail Mary. It's not really a Hail Mary. I don't think that applies here.
Mockery?
No, he's going to.
Well, you
step
look
up.
dumb. Haha.
It's stupid.
You smell like butt.
Kieran's like, I'm sorry, I haven't showered in a few days.
He's going to step up and he will say, Mayor, I want to bring up another point that hasn't quite been discussed yet, and that is the cost of this whole endeavor.
Of course.
It sounds like they are requesting a whole lot of renovations, both to the walls and to our military force in general. And I understand that these hobgoblin savages are terrible, awful, scum of the earth type of people. I get that. But we can't just empty our coffers building up the town's defenses for an attack that might not be as bad as they make it off to be, or that we could have weathered as it was. If we go through all of our funds, then, well, that's going to put us on the back foot for years to come. We're still a growing economy here now that the adventures have come back some years ago. I don't know if we can afford all of this. And what I'm going for is like an emotional appeal, but I don't know.
That's not really an emotional appeal.
Hey, like I said, you got to be kind of loose. It's hard to. He's making an emotional appeal that, again,
Sounded
putting
like
all
logic
the money out
to me.
there is going to put
Yeah, he's trying to counter logic
That's
with
pretty
logic.
much logic. I think that's
No, it's-
logic.
the future of the town is at stake by costing all this money.
Who's
Yeah.
who appeals to
Who's
emotion for
emotionally-
money? Money
for
is
money.
pragmatic. It is logic.
Dude,
Yeah.
he's from Abadar. Money is the most emotional thing.
I mean, Jason, I'm not gonna make you redo your choice, but I'm just gonna quietly disagree with you out loud.
Well, no, like I chose emotional appeal at first, and that it's just how I roleplayed it. So
We openly
Fair enough.
disagreed with your first 4 rolls, Josh.
I know, I'm aware. I suffered the consequence.
so
Roll terrible.
And of
Oh,
course, it's
oh
true that
my.
for a cleric of Abadar,
Oh.
this is an appeal to emotion.
Oh my, he failed?
no, that is a good roll.
Oh my goodness, get out
That
of
is
here.
an exceedingly good roll.
Like I said,
Yeah.
this session's gonna last until like 2 in the morning because
Right.
I feel like we're not getting anywhere.
Good thing I have a half day tomorrow.
That is a 33.
Oof.
Oh, well, it is impossible for me to counter, but I really want to bait him.
The ante is currently 5.
Just walk
Yikes.
away. Let's just leave. What's it to us? Like why do we
You
care?
can concede and take that damage, and
5
you'll start the
damage?
next.
Mm.
You'll start the next one if you do so. If you try to counter, the ante goes to 6, and you have to beat a 33.
Because can any of us beat a 33?
I say we go red
Technically.
herring. We go red herring
I
and
was
hope for
gonna
a
say, can we
13.
red herring?
Yeah.
If you go for a red herring, the best person for that would be Jessup. He could get a plus 18 total.
Well, -2, right?
No,
I've
that's
already
with the
added
minus.
all
I'd have
those.
to
Oh,
roll,
yeah.
I'd
So he has to roll
I'd-
15 or higher.
yeah, I'd only
He
have
would
a
have to
25%
roll.
chance.
He would have to roll a 16 or
A
higher.
16
you
or
have to
higher.
beat you have to beat the 33.
That's insane. And if we fail,
You would take 6 instead of 5.
holy fuck.
Yeah, that's a problem. Then
And
we're
a
even.
natural 20 doesn't do anything special for us.
Or do
No.
we just unfortunately take a massive hit and then let Gideon or somebody start
Yeah. We
with
take
a good
That's an option.
good allegory?
You try to really just kick it out of the park at the start of the next one. You could do that.
I like that
I like
instead.
that. I agree.
Okay.
So you now
So
have 5
we-
determination.
So we will back down and guess we have to say something a little.
Guess we can't argue against money,
Yeah.
even though we totally can argue against money.
I didn't realize here in Nirmathos that we put money before souls. Back away.
No, that's just me. Okay. You get to start the next exchange.
It's long-winded, so bear with me.
Okay.
I will. I went southern too.
I see it's so easy to slip into.
See, would you not agree that I am just the most persuasive
right.
of people?
I've got to find Gideon's voice again. It's gone. I will not falter. Oh, there we are.
Yeah.
All right. I will admit. What's his name, by the way?
The cleric,
Solomon.
Solomon.
Solomon Zane.
I will admit. Salt.
I am now reducing all of his bonuses by 2.
I will admit the significance of money. It is not something to be trifled against, but we are weighing our hearts against souls, and I believe that our holy charter goes beyond. If I can quote, I've studied many gods, not just the ones I serve, and I remember from the Paladin Code, or Creed, amongst Abadar, is that bandits are a plague, and that under Abadar's will they come to justice. I understand the point of paying debts and debtors, but the Legion is a plague that must be dealt with. We can learn much wisdom and direction from the gods. Iomade devotes herself to destroying evil, Caden Kaling to freedom, and the gods Erastil, Abadar, Torag, to community. The followers of each have been called towards divine purpose, and even when the common purpose may find themselves called towards a holy task. Evidenced by when Eredin raised Iomade, or when Caden luckily passed the test of the Starstone, or as Erastil, Abadar, and Torag have watched for ages, so too can mortals achieve greatness. As the Knights of Vigil defend the inner sea against evil, as Rangers of Caden fight for freedom, and as clerics of Erastil, Abadar, and Torag protect and provide for their communities, provide order. Longshadow has been called to a similar holy task. Just as the gods have called their most devout followers to holy service, you, likewise, have been called. Please, find your hidden strength and respond to this call. Defend Nirmathos. And it'll open with allegory.
Yeah, sounds like flattery to me. Yeah, go ahead. Roll your allegory.
I admit I accept your point. That
I thought that was mockery.
it could have been baiting just as well.
And this is something that you can look and you can consider, is because you stand to gain a lot if you win with allegory, and
Yeah.
you have a personal edge in allegory.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I'm going.
we'll see how high you want this to go right off the bat.
Yep. Okay, so
Allegory does not. If you use allegory to open the exchange, okay, so you don't get any bonus for opening like logic. Okay.
no, but it's just gonna be a 16, which is his highest.
Yep. Plus 16 and a potential edge.
1d20 plus 16.
16.
I'll roll my personal edge to try to up
Okay.
that. It's a
Try to get it
reroll or
higher.
advantage?
Advantage.
It's advantage. I'll take whatever one's higher.
Okay. Just because this is my Hail Mary.
Yeah, that's your personal edge. I'll take that off your sheet here.
Yep.
There you go.
32.
There you go. Nice,
There you
32.
go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Well, they're going to try. They are going to try.
And if they succeed, we are SOL.
Right.
I think by that they have to try is because they're can't.
I think they're out.
Right,
of
increasing the
determination.
current ante by 2 if they don't respond. So he would take 3 damage right off the bat if he doesn't respond
Yeah.
to this.
I would like to use my edge to make them roll disadvantage, please.
Out of curiosity, have any of you been paying attention to how much damage they've taken?
Yeah,
I'm
they're at
confused.
6 currently.
They're at 6 or they've taken 6 damage?
Oh, they've taken 6. Sorry.
Okay.
So I think they're
I
at.
were
Yeah,
So
'cause
my
thought you
gamble
were
is that they're at
saying that
2
they had
right
6,
now.
and I was like, that's a bold assumption.
No. I think
Bold
they're
of you
at
to
2
assume.
right now.
It's like,
I
no,
think
we
they had
knew
8.
they started at 10.
Yeah, I think they started at 8. I think they're at 2.
So they'll attempt to counter it with not a particularly easy one.
But possible.
It's possible.
Especially if
Um,
you fetch the dice, huh, Jason?
We'll have Seneca. I'd love to, but
Roll it in chat. Roll it in chat.
I will come stand over
if
your
you
shoulder.
want me to, I can.
Yeah,
No,
roll
no,
it
no,
in chat.
no.
Yeah.
No, I don't. No. No.
She doesn't want to. Okay, so she is going to attempt a. She's going to attempt a wit. Because wit doesn't take any penalties against that, does it? No. Okay. She's going to try for the +2.
They fail because then I think we definitely win because they take a decrease to their determination.
And if you
Yeah,
fail by
she's gonna try
5
for
or
the
more, you
+2.
take a minus. Yeah, we might.
Yeah. So
The
if
only
he
thing is, don't they have like 5 edges?
They have 3 edges, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so they got
so-
a couple of rerolls in their pocket.
Yeah.
well, if it's anything like ours, it's possible that it's not going to help.
Actually,
well, Jason's
what am I-
die, it'll be a natural 20, but followed by a natural 20, followed by
Actually, what am I
a
talking
natural
about?
20.
Obviously, I'm not going to do that. I just looked at what your DC is. I'm not going to do wit. They can't win
are.
with wit.
Yes, you are. You've already called it.
Oscar,
Oscar,
hands off the chess piece. No backsies. I'm kidding, of course, but how dare you? You can just make
Aw,
the
man.
rules whatever you want.
They can only do it.
With the
There's only
emotional appeal.
2 checks they can attempt.
Red herring, I'm assuming.
Red herring or emotional appeal.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, every time I have done Solomon's emotional appeal, it's been amazing.
He's been
Right.
he's been really kicking it, and he's the one who's responding right now.
I think I'm going to go with him. He's the only one who has any chance.
Didn't he get a -2 too as well?
Yeah, he's got 2 lower than it
Alright.
was.
And he's
All
the
right.
cleric of Abadar that Gideon kind of called
Yes.
out.
Makes sense. Yeah.
So, can you re-summarize exactly what are you calling him out on? What's the...
So long story short, yes, Abadar, his goal is to maintain order, but he's also to protect people's money. That's what the role of a bank, right? And it's under legitimate attack. Of course, people will pay back their dues. Also, sometimes we're called to tasks beyond ourselves, and this is one such task.
Okay. So he will attempt an emotional appeal. This time he's gonna target you guys with the emotional appeal. He's gonna say, "You make some fine points about Abadar. You surely seem to be a fairly learned man in the ways of religion. I think perhaps we can come with some sort of compromise. Maybe instead of spending these vast arrays of money on the town and defenses, perhaps we could hire the four of you to go out and maybe destabilize these attacks before they happen. The four of you seem to be fairly invested in this. I don't see why we can't have the four of you hired here, and you would be proclaimed heroes if you were able to avert this attack before it happened. And it seems like you were already predisposed to that sort of tactic." And he will roll.
Good response, Chase. Good response.
He will spend a personal edge. He will spend a general edge. He really wants to win this one. What is the ante currently at? He just made it
33.
33.
No. The ante is 2.
The DC is 33. By responding, he's made it 2. Had he conceded, they would have taken 3.
Okay, he'll use another general edge.
He's really got to do this.
No 33s. No 33s.
Okay.
Ah.
He's gonna use his final edge.
Here it is, baby. Fingers crossed.
Come on.
Okay. I mean, does Sarah want to look at the die, or you want me to just tell me what it is?
Hold on.
Oh, come on.
All right. Put your hands up, Chase. Put your hands in the air where I can see them. Tell me what it is right now.
Want me to tell you what
Actually,
it is?
no. Sarah's going to read it.
Natural
Sarah's going to
20.
read it to me.
I guess she's gonna say it when she gets back.
Oh.
Nat 20. You got a nat 20, didn't you?
Drives me nuts when you do that.
What do you get, Sarah?
I can't win this.
He got a nat 20?
Yeah.
Natural 20.
He had 5 rerolls, or 4 rerolls.
I did re-roll it 4 times.
Yeah, he had 4
Yeah, we
rerolls.
burned all the
I
edges.
have no general edges, and his only personal edge is gone.
And to be fair,
But
that...
he did make the DC 34.
Correct. And we have to admit, that's not unreasonable. I mean, obviously from a cleric of Abadar, that's perfectly reasonable, but even from like their perspective, we've still got to convince them that you don't understand how much of a threat this is. You know, like this isn't just hire 4 local adventurers and we'll take care of it. This is takes everyone.
And the ante is now only 2. So even if you concede, you're only taking 2.
Right.
And you start the next one. So
It's just a shame because that would have been a fun place to win it because I had pre-written
it definitely would have. It definitely would have. And you've basically set yourself up to win because
Right.
if he wins this, they don't have any.
Will they get another edge back, don't they?
They will get 1 edge back, but their only plus 14 will now be in red herring. and that doesn't
Technically,
help a
we
whole
can
lot.
open with allegory again and do the...
You could. Yeah, there's no
Well,
reason
the thing
you
is
can't.
you could do that again.
Yeah.
I do have
Let's do that.
like an actual roleplay allegory thing, but my bonus is so low, so we'd be starting off low.
Well,
That's fine.
could,
Just do it. Just do it. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean,
there's no reason you can't start with allegory again.
we could give them an edge, but we're also decreasing their best RPer by 2.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
been a killer at this, and that would be his second -2. So everything,
Yeah.
his highest stat would be dropped.
Yeah,
to
I say we
12.
just take the 2 and roll with it.
Honestly,
Yeah.
just
This is probably going
concede.
to be the last round by the sounds
Yeah.
of it.
Just
because-
concede. Not even bother with the red herring.
So that
right?
puts us at a 2.
That would
or
put
no,
you at
3.
at 3 determination, and all of his stats would go down to. Oh man, he's got some in the negatives now.
Welcome to the
So-
party, pal.
I mean, I guess the thing is, do we want to start off crazy and see if we can end it, or
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. We just.
I kind of want to do exactly what we just did.
I loved that. I thought that was great. And if Sarah's got something pre-written too, I want to see
Yeah.
it. I want to see it, man.
Yeah.
But I don't have a good thing, so if we want it to
who cares? Who cares? Did anybody? That's fine. Just do it.
Have
Okay,
fun.
all right.
Yeah.
have fun with it.
Have
Yeah.
fun, Sarah. Are you having fun?
So, sure. Yes.
Oh, this is low stakes. It'll be fine.
All right. So, yeah, low stakes.
It's fine. It's fine.
Everything
The
we've
whole town
done in
will
this AP has crashed
Yeah.
and burned. So,
die. The whole
you know,
town will die if you fail at this. But
It's
there's
okay.
no pressure, okay?
and you have a
There's no
personal edge in this one?
Yeah,
or
the
no?
AP only gets harder.
Yeah.
Okay. So Kieran will step up and he'll look Solomon right in the eye and he'll say, I too actually come from a family of Abadar followers. I grew up worshipping Abadar. So you can trust what I say. I follow my word and I keep my word.
Fellow brother of the vault.
My grandfather used to tell me a story, actually. He had a friend whose name was Aesop, who came up with a lot of these stories.
Like
One
Fable?
such story, one such story was, there once was a swallow who put up her home in a tree that overlooked a great field, and the other birds in this tree welcomed her. And she sat there, and day after day she watched the field below, and she saw a farmer who was planting seeds in the field. She recognized these seeds as hemp seeds. From her background, she knew how dangerous hemp seeds could be. So she pleaded with the other birds to help her pick up every hemp seed from this field. But the other birds, they didn't want to do the work to pick up the hemp seeds. There were nuts and berries on the tree right next to them. They didn't need to do anything. They didn't even need to leave the tree. So she flew down by herself and picked up these seeds, but on her own, she could not get all of them. And they took root and they grew. Come harvest time, the farmer harvested the hemp, used it to make rope and nets, with which he captured those birds and killed them. They did not heed the swallow's warning, and thus they died. If you do not heed our warning today, I fear for the fate of Longshadow. We are begging you to listen to us.
That sounds
So-
like a threat, Maya.
That sounds like an emotional appeal.
Well,
think
I
they're
used an
threatening us.
allegory.
To be fair,
No,
allegory.
that was an allegory.
Yeah,
that was an
allegory
that's
can
fair, yeah.
literally be anything though. Like, because
Yeah.
like allegory is arguing like layers, so you're obviously going to make appeals to other things because that's why you're bringing up a parable or a like an anecdote or whatever.
Okay. Go ahead
So,
and roll your allegory.
Setting the bar low here and leave a +4. 7.
7. Okay.
'Kay.
Ante is 1.
Yep.
Go over to them. They're going to try to counter it. So they will increase the ante to 2, and they will counter with... It's a low DC. I can have some fun with some of these other ones here. Garrett Greygallow will step up, and he'll do an argument for presence. Because presence does not take a penalty. No, it does to allegory. Bah, he won't do
Ends
that
off the
then.
chess piece.
That sucks. Then he will simply do... He'll just do a rhetoric. Just a solid rhetoric check. Be like... You gave a fine story. This is not the voice of Garrett.
It really, you just slipped into it. You just
so
really do.
easy.
Sorry, this happens every time. I gotta stop staying around you. Anyways, you give a good story. It's a good, I guess you could say a good moral to it. But I would hazard a guess that it only really applies if you assume that the swallow is correct. As Solomon said earlier, he gave a story very similar to yours, with the opposite result. So while it is entirely true not heeding the advice of someone could bring ruin, it could also bring ruin by heeding the advice of someone. So I don't know exactly if your story there is truly worth all that much. That is his argument for rhetoric. Basically
I
just
feel
saying...
like that's mockery. He's mocking me and my choice of
You
story.
want me to roll mockery? I can
No,
roll
I don't.
mockery.
No.
I'm cool with rolling. They're the same bonus.
You're good.
I'm cool with it.
You do what you were gonna do.
No,
What did
I can
you
do mockery.
I don't think it's mockery.
No, I don't. I was being facetious.
I mean, same bonus. I don't care. I'm cool with it. I was going for rhetoric. I'll do rhetoric. So he has to roll above a 7. Okay.
You fail.
He did roll a natural 1. And they don't have any edges left.
Oh,
That's
boy.
gonna be the killing
That's
blow.
what kills them? Really?
So he rolls a 5, and they fail.
Oh my
They
goodness.
take 2 damage.
3, because you opened with. Oh, he responded, so it's just 2.
He responded. So they take 2 damage.
Sorry,
They're
assuming
not
I'm right at
over.
8. Ah,
It's not over yet. You might be right in your calculation, but you might be wrong in assuming how much determination they had. They will open the next exchange.
So I take a -2.
Yes, you take a -2 on everything.
But we get
For-
a community edge.
Okay.
You do get a overall edge.
We have 2 community edges now.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
So yeah, you take a -2 on all your checks for the rest of the campaign. Just kidding. They will open the next exchange, and they'll open with Seneca will open with logic, and she will say, "This discussion has been going on for quite a while, and as I've said many times, good points on all sides. But, Mayor, I think we might be coming to the end here, and it might be that you'll simply have to make a decision. Do you trust these gentlemen, or do you trust your advisors? And I'm not trying to sway you either way. I just want to point out that, again, their claims are dire, but we don't have verification. It is their word and the word of the people that they have helped. But again, the people that they have with them were indeed attacked. I'm not disputing that, but they could very easily be exaggerating these things, these shock of attacks and all this. You might think that there is a larger force than there really is. I'm simply asking that we think about this calmly, and rather than it giving into the doomsaying, you could say. And she'll open with logic. That will open the exchange with a 17, because it's a +2 for opening with logic. So a 17 DC. Ante is 1. Should you choose to counter it, it will be 2.
So
I would like
looks
to
like emotional.
Yeah. If you have something, Jessup, you can go. Else, I'd like to respond with emotional appeal. Up to you guys, though.
One of you is better than the other.
Yeah, I think.
I'm talking about Hursk.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Hursk.
I'm talking about first. You can do it too. I just have something. So like, if you don't have something, that's fine. But if you do, that's also fine.
Breaks out his -1. Let's do this, boys.
I mean, I was gonna come up with something, but
I'm flexible.
Well,
There's
I
no
mean, it's-
initiative, so it's whoever wants to do it.
I mean, if one of you already has something, you can go for it. That's
Sure.
Doesn't matter.
It's an emotional appeal, and we're responding. She opened with logic,
Yeah, open with logic.
and what was the DC?
What did I say it was? I think it was a 17. Yes.
Yeah, I
8 plus
should be able to hit
7
that
plus-
because I'll
yes.
have a +2 by responding with emotion. It won't
Yeah,
be
you'll have a +2.
It won't be a gimme, but if you're fine with me using an edge,
You've got edge. Yeah,
yeah.
it's up to you guys.
Who was it that said it?
That was Seneca Volstadt, the female half-elf shipping magnate.
Okay. Seneca, I know how hard it can be to put your trust in another. But I know that Jessup has a reputation here, and I can assure you that he has won my trust. I hope you can recognize my devotion and see my motivations as pure. I fight against oppression, and I know those with me fight for freedom. Good people can accomplish great things if their hearts are true and they are willing to fight against oppression. Our hearts are true and we bleed for Nirmathas. Put your faith in us.
Okay. Roll your check. You only have to get an 18. And it's a +2 because you're countering logic.
So I have a present 11 in
Plus
emotion.
2.
+2, so it comes to 13.
Yep.
So 1d20 plus 13.
28. Will do.
Will do.
So the ante is 2 and it's on their side. If they choose to counter, it'll become 3. But if they concede, they'll take 2.
We bleed green, baby!
I'll give you a little bit behind the scenes. They cannot afford to concede.
Or they could.
They have
could
to
just,
go for
They could
it.
just say, "Good argument, Gideon. I'll put my faith in you."
Okay.
I like that. That works.
That works for me.
She will attempt to counter with her highest stat. Actually, no. Garrett will attempt to counter with the highest stat.
He hasn't talked yet.
He's talked a couple times.
I don't remember him by name.
He won
He's
the first
the-
exchange.
Oh, I
He's
see.
the one who doesn't have a southern accent but keeps trying to.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I can't disassociate them in my head. They're all just Solomon. Samuel, whatever his name is.
Solomon.
He will respond. He'll say, Mayor, let's just back up a bit here. They're making a claim that there is this massive attack coming. They've given evidence for it. However, I would like to point out that a force big enough to threaten Longshadow would hardly go unnoticed. The Hollow Hills are a vast space. If they want to attack Longshadow, we will see them coming. Miles out. Even if they're behind the hills or whatever, we have people scouting out everywhere. There is no way that a force as big as they are saying could possibly get to Longshadow without us knowing. And we have seen no signs of it. We have heard of just bands of hobgoblins going out attacking the smaller towns, but as I said, this is not anything new. We have not seen a force of thousands coming against us. I find it all suspicious. And he will roll. He's trying a red herring here. He'll go for it.
Oh, so it's win or loss. He either succeeds this or it's over.
He will roll his personal edge on this because that first one was a abysmal roll.
I will be rolling because I want Jessup to respond.
We'll see. I rolled an 8 on my reroll. He has a +12.
Hey, we win.
So he says that, and you see the mayor kind of hold up, and he says, "Thank you. I think we've heard enough." He kind of sets his hands down. The advisors kind of dip their heads and stand back, and he says, "I think I've come to a decision. I think there has been good points here in general, but I was once an adventurer, much like you, and the rumors about me might not be quite as daring and surprisingly impressive as those of you. I did not slay any dragons, but I did do my fair share of fighting. I know how the world works. And I think in this particular instance, much like in my times in adventuring, one of the most important things was caution. It was far more dangerous to think one was safe and not put up a watch than to put up a watch and, even if it felt safe, just be cautious. And I think there's some fine points to be made there. As leader of this town, I think it is more important to be cautious and assume an attack is coming. It is more important to make sure we are safe, even if everything they have said is lies. It is better to assume they are lying and make sure that our people are safe than it is to assume that, as you have said, my good advisors, that we are already safe and have an attack come while we are unprepared. So I value your advice, but I think in this particular case, There is great weight to what they say, and I think we should heed their warnings. And with that, you have won the verbal duel.
Well,
I'm so sweaty.
And
So sweaty.
we will see what that gains you next week.
Next week, indeed. Everybody who tuned in to the live stream, hope that was a lot of fun to listen to and not just a rule slog. I personally had an absolute blast. If you're listening later, remember you can always check us out on Spotify, iTunes, or anywhere else you have podcasts. Appreciate everybody who diligently listens, one person in particular. Have a great week.